Listen. Nothing to listen to right now.
Good morning. I have 9 o'clock, so let's go ahead and get started. I'd like to thank you all for joining us for what appears to be a jam-packed schedule of a lot of good information. I'm Natal Dietrich, and I'm the Director of the Industry Analysis Division, and I have a few housekeeping matters before I turn this over to Chairman Sylvie for his remarks. First, the workshop has been approved for 6.8 hours of CLE. If you would like to receive credit and have not already done so, please email Tony Brown, the Commission's Diversity Training and Recruitment Coordinator, indicating April 6th Purpa CLE request in the subject line of the email. Her email address is on the screen for your easy reference, and she will need your name and bar number for tracking. So again, if you have not already requested CLE, the information is on the screen, and please indicate April 6th Purpa CLE request in the subject line. This session is being recorded and will be placed in the docket, which is file number EW-2021-0077, EW-2021-0077. We'd ask that you please mute yourself if you are not talking to avoid feedback. And we also have found that it helps with streaming if people who are not speaking have their video off. So just a suggestion there. We have placed the speaker's files in the notes section of the WebEx for your review, and we'll also be placing them in the docket after the workshop. This is your opportunity to ask questions of our esteemed speakers. And if possible, please raise your hand when you have a question and we will call on you to help control. We will also monitor the chat session should you choose to ask questions that way. So at this time, I will turn it over to Chairman Sylvie to kick us off, and I hope you enjoy today. Thank you. Chairman Sylvie.
All right, thank you. I want to welcome everyone to the Missouri Public Service Commission's educational workshop on Purpa and Ferc Order 872. As many of you are aware, last summer the Commission was in the process of revising our rules regarding cogeneration and small power producers. And during that process, Ferc issued Order 872. And while the Commission initially felt that we could continue with our rule revisions, further review demonstrated that Order 872 could provide additional tools for state commissions. So the Commission stopped our rule revisions at that time to allow staff, the Commission, and stakeholders to have enough time to evaluate and consider whether we should reconsider our initial plans and see if 872 potentially changed the way that we needed to go forward. So I'm glad that the Commission is conducting, my stand fell over. I'm glad that the Commission is conducting this workshop today, not only to discuss 872, but also to look at the purpose and implications of Purpa, especially if the Commission were to expand its existing rules to allow qualifying facilities of 5 or 10 megawatts. So when the Commission next considers our rule revisions, I hope that this educational workshop will help us and staff and the stakeholders craft language that is thoughtful and results in the intended purpose while avoiding unintended consequences. So I want to thank Natel and Kurt and Claire, Karen, Jamie, and the rest of staff for helping us to organize this educational workshop. And I really want to thank our speakers too. I think we have a great lineup, and I'm sure we're all eager to hear from them. So with that said, thank you, and I will throw it back to Natel.
Thank you, Chairman Sylvie. Our first session this morning is Purpa and Order 2. We have several presenters from Ferc, Thomas Bailey and Mark Bird, Lonnie Silva, and Stanley Wolf. And I will turn it over to Ferc to start their presentation. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name is Lonnie Silva, and I work in the Office of General Counsel within Ferc. Could we have the first slide, please? Rather, the next slide. Thank you. So we have to start with the requisite disclaimers. So the views expressed in our presentation are ours alone and do not necessarily represent the views of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the individual commissioners, or other staff. Some materials have been paraphrased or simplified or omitted to fit the format of the presentation and to ease discussion. The official rules and regulations are contained in the underlying orders and Title 18, Part 292 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Next slide, please. To start with a little light background, the Public Utility Regulatory Policies Act of 1978, otherwise known as Purpa, was enacted to encourage generation technologies, including cogeneration and renewables that were not commercially viable at the time, by requiring utilities to purchase them at a rate not exceeding the utility's incremental cost to reduce dependence on traditional generation fuels. Some benefits of becoming a qualifying facility, or QF, under Purpa include the right to sell energy and capacity to a utility, the right to purchase certain services from utilities, and relief from certain regulatory burdens. Various categories of QFs may be exempt from PUCA, certain state laws and regulations, and most sections of the FPA, except for sections 205 and 206. Next slide, please. So taking a high-level view of what are the respective responsibilities of both Ferc and the state commissions. Starting with Ferc, Congress has directed Ferc to promulgate such rules as Ferc determines necessary to encourage cogeneration and small power production through, among other things, the so-called mandatory purchase obligation and avoided costs. Meanwhile, Congress has directed the state commissions shall implement the rules promulgated by Ferc. Next slide, please. So looking at Ferc's responsibilities, Ferc has the responsibility of certifying QFs. Also regarding utility and QF interaction, Ferc's rules must ensure that rates for electric utility purchases of energy from QFs shall be just and reasonable and in the public interest, shall not discriminate against QFs, and do not exceed the cost to the electric utility of the electric energy which, but for the purchase from the QF, such utility would generate itself or purchase from another source. The Commission has chosen to adopt so-called full avoided cost rates, meaning equal to the incremental cost of the electric energy and capacity which, but for the purchase from the QF, such utility would generate itself or purchase from another source. Just a second. Ferc also addresses 210M requests, which are requests for a utility's, termination of a utility's mandatory purchase obligation. Ferc can enforce the state commission's implementation of Ferc rules. Ferc rules cannot authorize QFs to make sales of electric energy for purposes other than for resale. And as mentioned before, FERC rules must largely exempt QFs from many federal and state laws and some financial and organizational regulations. Okay, next slide, please. Turning to the state commission responsibilities. State commissions shall implement the rules promulgated by FERC regarding QFs. That can be through enactment of laws or regulations at the state level, application of rules adopted by FERC on a case-by-case basis, or any other action reasonably designed to implement FERC rules. But keep in mind that state implementation may be challenged in either the federal or the state courts. In state court, that happens by a petition seeking review of a state commission's implementation of a rule promulgated by FERC under Purpa. Or in federal court, that happens by a petition seeking enforcement of a rule promulgated by FERC under Purpa. If FERC chooses not to initiate an enforcement proceeding, the petitioner may then itself do so. In any such proceeding, however, FERC may intervene as a matter of right. Next slide, please. State commission responsibilities regarding rates. State commissions establish rates for electric utility purchases of energy and capacity from QFs consistent with FERC's standards. Highlighting some newer language in 18 CFR 292.304E, that provides that a state commission may establish rates for purchases of energy from a QF based on the purchasing electric utilities LMP, calculated by the applicable market defined in 292.309E, F, or G, or the purchasing electric utilities applicable competitive price. Alternatively, a state commission may establish rates for purchases of energy and/or capacity from a QF based on a competitive solicitation price. To the extent that a state regulatory authority or non-regulated electric utility does not set energy and/or capacity rates pursuant to the above, then 304E provides factors that shall, to the extent practicable, be taken into account in determining rates for purchases from a QF. Next slide, please. Few notes here. FERC is reluctant to second-guess a state commission's determination of avoided costs. QF rates can be resource-specific upon an appropriate showing of procurement requirements and resulting costs. Rates agreed to between a QF and an electric utility are allowed, even if they differ from rates which would otherwise be required. And rates for electric utility purchases from QFs satisfy FERC's standards if the rates equal avoided costs determined after consideration of the FERC specified factors noted on the prior slide. Next slide, please. State commissions also have some responsibilities regarding interconnection. Electric utilities are obligated to interconnect with QFs as necessary to permit purchases from QFs. And state commissions must enforce this obligation as part of their implementation of rules promulgated by FERC under Purpa. These interconnections can either be state commission jurisdictional or FERC jurisdictional, and that depends. For state commission jurisdictional interconnections, those are interconnections between an electric utility and a QF when the QF sells only to the directly interconnected utility. However, when the QF sells, either sells or plans to sell any of its output to a utility other than that directly interconnected utility, then it is FERC jurisdictional interconnection. Finally, noting that the state commissions establish the manners of payments for interconnection costs. For example, reimbursement may be over a reasonable period of time. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Stanley Wolf.
Can you hear me? I can't seem to turn my video on, but oh, there I am. Okay. Yeah, as I guess, I don't know if it was mentioned before, but I'm an economist in the policy office at Ferc. I'll mention a bit of trivia before I get into it. In my otherwise undistinguished background, I note that most of my career has been at Ferc, but about 10 years ago, I spent about 15, I'll call them very interesting months, at your sister state commission in the north, the Iowa Utilities Board. But they shouldn't be held liable for anything that I say here. Could you see the next slide, please? I'll be discussing Order 872. That order discussed a number of topics. Primary focus was on QF rates. Competitive solicitations was part of it, which also they can, of course, be used to determine QF rates. An important issue was the question about the relevant threshold for requiring purchases from the utility, which the order reduced from 20 to 5 megawatts. The order will also discuss legally enforceable obligations, LEOs, and a definition of facility and the so-called 1 mile to 10 mile rule. And that is relevant, among other things, for the 80 megawatt limitation of Purpa to allow Purpa benefits. So could we go to the next slide, please? I guess as among the previous rules that Ferc had regarding QF rates, a QF could, at its option, sell its electrical energy as the QF determines such energy be available, so-called as available energy sales, or it could be sold pursuant to a contract or a LEO, legally enforceable obligation. The rates for sales as available energy were based on the purchasing electric utilities avoided cost of energy calculated at the time of delivery. Rates for sales of energy or capacity pursuant to a contract or LEO, in contrast, at the QF's option, could be based either on the purchasing electric utilities avoided cost at the time of delivery, or on the avoided cost calculated at the time the contract or LEO was incurred. Next slide, please. Order 872 added or made explicit state flexibility in setting QF rates for as available energy. Among other things, the order established a rebuttable presumption that LMP, locational marginal price, can be used as a rate for as available QF energy within RTOs or ISOs. And the main impact probably is on where LMP would be used for the first time in the future. The order didn't attempt to make any changes with regard to states and utilities that were already using LMP. The order also provided clarifications that the use of competitive prices, such as price indices, could be used to set QF rates, largely applicable outside of RTOs and ISOs. And among those price indices were market hubs. It's thought, for example, that the Mid-Columbia hub in the state of Washington is probably one of those that would be considered. Other price indices involve combined cycle gas units where natural gas prices are incorporated, and you look to natural gas hubs such as, say, Henry Hub in Texas, or the New York City gate, although both those happen to be in RTO, ISO type regions. See the next slide, please. So Order 872 provides a flexibility to require that energy rates in contracts and LEOs can vary over the life of the contract to reflect the purchasing utilities avoided costs at the time of delivery. Order 872 also states that gives states the flexibility to allow QFs to retain the right to fixed energy rates and that such rates, fixed energy rates, could be based on projections of energy prices at the time of delivery. States also have the flexibility to not require variable energy pricing. They can stick to their existing rate structures if they prefer. Order 872A, the rehearing, emphasized that even when a state exercises the right to only permit variable energy rates, firm capacity rates are still available to QFs to the extent they provide capacity service. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Orders 872, this largely leaves the determinant of capacity rates unchanged. States now have the flexibility, however, to set capacity rates pursuant to competitive solicitations, which we'll talk about a little more ahead here. If those competitive solicitations are conducted pursuant to the procedures that the Commission is requiring, which make them transparent and non-discriminatory. And Order 872 clarifies that under the current regulations, states already can account for reduced loads in setting capacity rates. This is largely relevant for those states, such as I think Illinois is one, that have a competitive retail competition program where, say, the incumbent utility may lose load because a competitive supplier has
Coleman. Please leave a message or try me in my office.
Pardon me? Does somebody have a question or a comment?
No, go ahead. You.
Okay, I guess we're going to the next slide. Okay, these competitive solicitations that we just referred to need to be transparent and non-discriminatory. And among the things that includes are they must be open and transparent, must be open to all resources. They must be conducted at regular intervals as opposed to once in a erratic schedule over time. They have to be overseen by an independent administrator, and they have to be certified as fulfilling these criteria through a post-solicitation report. And along these lines, the solicitations must also satisfy the factors in Allegheny Energy Supply, which basically says that you can't give an undue preference to an affiliate in purchasing supplies. So go to the next slide, please. So through these competitive solicitations, if a utility is procuring all of its capacity through the solicitation, it'll presume to have zero capacity costs beyond what was procured through the auction. But they still have to purchase energy from QFs. A utility that doesn't procure all its capacity through solicitation will not be presumed to have zero capacity costs and may be required to pay a rate for additional capacity that is offered to it. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the 5 megawatt rule, as we mentioned in the beginning, Order 872 revised the regulations implementing 210M, which provide for the termination of electric utilities' obligation to purchase from a QF that has a non-discriminatory access to certain markets. Under previous rule, there was a rebuttable presumption that QFs with a net capacity at or below 20 megawatts do not have non-discriminatory access to such markets. Order 872, however, lowered the rebuttable presumption for small power production facilities, but not for cogeneration facilities, from 20 to 5 megawatts. Next slide, please. Just a further note on the 20 to 5 megawatt reduction. The QF can challenge that. It's a rebuttable presumption. And in challenging it, the QF presumably would look to things like specific barriers to connecting to the interstate grid, which shows it does not have non-discriminatory access. It can show a lack of affiliation with entities that participate in RTO and ISO markets. It can point to a predominant purpose for its sales other than selling electricity, such as municipal solid waste facilities or run-of-the-river hydro facilities, dams built primarily for flood control and this sort of thing. There's a list of factors were mentioned in Order 872 that the Commission could consider in this regard. Okay, going to this slide, when does legally enforceable obligation arise, LEO? It was something that the Commission previous regulations didn't really address. What Order 872 does is say that for a LEO to arise, a QF must demonstrate its commercial viability and a financial commitment to construct its facilities. The relevant criteria for making such a determination would be state set, but must be objective and reasonable. And Commission suggested taking meaningful steps to obtain site control adequate to commence construction at the proposed location, filing an interconnection application with the appropriate entity, and submitting all other required applications. Order 872 affirms for precedent finding that certain prerequisites to QFs obtaining a LEO imposed previously by some states are unreasonable. Okay, let's go to the next slide. The effective date of the order and impact on existing contracts, LEO certifications. The changes adopted in Order 872 became effective December 31, 2020. Changes in Order 872 are effective prospectively for new contracts or legally enforceable obligations, and for new facility certifications, recertifications filed on or after the effective date. And Order 872 does not permit disturbance of existing contracts or LEOs or existing facility certifications. And I believe that is the end of my slides. Tom Bailey, I think we'll get them started in the next week. And yeah, so I'll turn it over to Tom. Thanks.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Bailey. I'm an analyst in the Office of Energy Market Regulation. And I'm going to pick up kind of where Stan left off and talk about two additional changes that stem from Order 872. And these two changes, one way or the other, relate to kind of the QF certification process, as well as the Form 556, which is the kind of the form that you fill out in order to certify that you're a qualifying facility. So I'm going to kind of weave in some of that discussion and talking about these two changes. The first one with this slide is the definition of the facility and what's kind of determined to be at the same site. And it relates specifically to what people usually refer to as the 1 mile rule. So Purpa's rules are that a small power production QF can't be greater than 80 megawatts. And it kind of calls into question, well, you know, how far apart can a facility be from another facility and be considered separate facilities or part of the same site? And prior to Order 872, there was one demarcation, and it was at 1 mile. So if you were a facility, wherever it was located, if there was another affiliated facility located within 1 mile of that facility, then you were irrebuttably presumed to be part of the same site. But then if you were greater than a mile away, then you were irrebuttably presumed to be at separate sites. And people pointed out that there were allegations of people gaming the 1 mile rule. The example that I heard the most, or that make kind of visually makes sense, is if you had an 80 megawatt wind farm on kind of one mountain range, and then you went and, you know, a mile or mile and a half away, you put another 80 megawatt wind farm, and kind of staggered them. And you say, hey, these are all separate sites. Well, people said, well, you know, this is really just a larger than 80 megawatt facility. It's got the same owners, it's selling under the same interconnection agreement or whatever the case might be. So kind of in response to those concerns, Order 872 established a new three-tiered system. The first tier is kind of like what the old regime was, which is if you're within a mile, you're still irrebuttably presumed to be located at the same site. But then we created this kind of second tier where if you're further than a mile away, but within 10 miles, you're still presumed to be located at separate sites, but it's a rebuttable presumption. Somebody could come in and argue, hey, they're a little bit further than a mile away, but they're really the same site, same facility. And then the third tier is if the facilities are greater than 10 miles apart, then you continue to be irrebuttably presumed to be located at separate sites. So it kind of establishes a new tiered system. And Order 872 also adds a little bit of clarity and specifies like where you would measure the facilities from. You know, there was question before about where exactly are you measuring the mile? So it added some clarity that, okay, so whatever, if you're using the wind farm example, whatever the last turbine is on the wind range, on the mountain range, you know, you'd measure from the end wind turbine to the beginning wind turbine of the other one, that kind of thing. There's also, Order 872 also clarifies kind of what characteristics would be considered within that second tier where it's rebuttably, you know, you could rebut it within 1 to 10 miles. And those characteristics include things like ownership, the commercial arrangements, interconnections, that kind of thing. Should also note that Order 872 also revised the Form 556. Like I said, it's just the form that you need to file to become a qualifying facility. And the previous version required that you detail or you provide information on any affiliated facilities located within 1 mile. And the changes made were to now say you need to provide information for all the affiliated facilities located within 10 miles. And there's also a new section of the form where if you're the qualifying facility and you have affiliated facilities within 1 and 10 miles, if you want to kind of preemptively assert and provide the characteristics and descriptions as to why you think they should be considered at separate sites, there's a place to do that. Next slide, please. And talking about the Form 556 kind of leads into you know, what the certification process is for qualifying facilities. And there's 2 main paths. The first is what we call self-certification or self-recertification. The vast majority of QFs self-certify. It's free. You fill out the form. It's currently a 24-page form, and you say, here's my facility, here's where it's located, here's where I'm going to interconnect to, here's the size, all that kind of thing. And you submit the Form 556, and there's a requirement that when you do so, the facility also has to notify the interconnected utility as well as the state commission. As far as what happens when Ferc receives the Form 556, our staff does, you kind of review the self-certifications for obvious errors. You know, the nature of the self-certification is that the applicant himself is saying, hey, we meet these requirements. So we do a check for obvious errors, inconsistencies and omissions. So for instance, if somebody self-certifies a Form 556 for a facility that's 150 megawatts, well, we know that it can't be 150 megawatts. So our staff would most likely contact the applicant and see if it was an error or what the case might be. And it's kind of a frequent thing that somebody needs to correct what they filed or submit a recertification if something jumps out. And once the Form 556 makes it into our system, whoever the applicant is will receive an automated email saying, okay, yes, your self-certification has made it into our system, and you're provided a QF docket number for that facility. And at that point, from our perspective, the QF has QF status, or the facility has QF status, and they could then go and engage with the utility and say, hey, I'm a QF, I want to connect, and that kind of thing. Next slide, please. All right, so the second kind of path to certification is you can file an application for commission certification. This is a more formal review process. It's usually, I tend to think of it in terms of someone that needs or wants the regulatory certainty that the commission sees that facility as a qualifying facility. You know, if it's a novel technology or there's some question as to whether the facility or the specific the facility falls within our regulations, you can file for a commission certification. Typically what happens is you file a Form 556 just like a self-cert, but then there's also a written pleading basically explaining the facility, describing the facility and explaining why that facility meets the qualifications. It requires a filing fee, and the results in a commission order. Basically, you get an order written, and the commissioner's saying, yes, this meets the qualifications, it's QF, or no, and explaining why and that kind of thing. So those are the two main paths. I also would note that certification, if you self-certify, or even an application for commission certification, it's not an indication that the QF was ever built or put into operation. You know, once the 556 is filed and say, okay, you have qualifying facility status, there's not a hook later on where the facility has to come in and make a filing and say, hey, it was built, you know, here it is, here's a picture of it, or whatever it is. You self-certify and it kind of stops there. And you maintain QF status. But one way, or a couple of ways that a QF could be decertified and lose its QF status. One is by the commission's own motion or the motion of another entity, often an electric utility, could file with the commission and say, hey, this facility is not within the bounds of Purpa. It should lose its QF status. And then the commission would act on that pleading, which could result in the loss of QF status. Or the second way is if the QF itself requests to kind of decertify. In practice, what happens is whoever the applicant is will just file a simple letter in the existing docket number for the QF and say, hey, commission, we're advising you that we're relinquishing QF status for this facility. It's retired or it was never built or whatever the reason is. Next slide, please. Okay, a little background on the Form 556. It was first introduced in 1995 as a means of providing a standardized form to save developers from having to examine the commission's regulations and precedents to certify. But prior to 2006, a QF could qualify for the benefits without having to make a file at the commission. Basically, if the QF and the interconnected utility agreed that, hey, you're a qualifying facility and we'll buy your power, you didn't have to actually make any filing at the commission. And that changed in 2006 with order number 671, which required all facilities claiming to be a QF and wanting the benefits of QF status to file a Form 556. In 2010, in order 732, the commission updated the Form 556, and that's when we switched to requiring electronic filing. And we also adopted an exemption for facilities 1 megawatt or less. So if you're a facility, a renewable facility under 1 megawatt or equal to a megawatt, then you're automatically considered a QF, and you don't actually need to make you don't have to file a Form 556. We do see Form 556 filed for smaller facilities, but that's typically a result of a state requirement or utility program requirement saying, hey, you want to participate in this state program or this local program, you need to file a Form 556 and show that you have QF status. So we do see those. Give you a sense of kind of how many Form 556s we receive. In 2020, we received over 4,000 of them, self-certs and self-recertifications. To give you a sense, it's the self-certification is the original Form 556 for a specific site. And you say, hey, a lot of times we see them filed ahead of time, where an applicant will say, hey, we plan on building a 5 megawatt solar facility next year. And they file and they'll get a QF docket number with a -000 at the end of it. Well, if 6 months or a year later, you sell the facility, so the ownership changes, or you decide, hey, this facility is going to be bigger or smaller or whatever, then you would file a self-recertification in the existing docket. So you'd file a new Form 556, indicate what the changes are, and then it would remain in that root QF docket number with a -001 at the end. We typically, I think our average is about 225 Form 556s a month. But at the end of last year, between November and December, I think we got something like 1,500 of them. People coming in kind of before Order 872 became effective. Next slide, please. Okay, so the second change that I wanted to talk about with Order 872 is that protests of self-certifications are now protestable, or the self-certs are protestable. So prior to Order 872, there wasn't a clear mechanism for a free protest. It was the practice was if somebody filed a Form 556 and the utility typically, but any entity that said, hey, this facility is not a qualifying facility. The practice was that whoever wanted to protest would have to file a petition for a declaratory order seeking a determination that the facility is not a QF, and you'd have to pay the filing fee associated with the declaratory order. And Order 872 kind of changed that and said, okay, we will allow free protests to QF self-certifications and self-recertifications. And there are certain parameters around the ability to protest for free. The first is that there's a window of time in which you can file a protest. It's 30 days. So from the time the 556 is filed, an entity has 30 days to protest for free. And if you do that, then it's kind of like protesting any other filing at the commission. It would result in a commission order typically. But if you miss that window and you're outside of 30 days, then it kind of resorts back to the old regime where you'd have to file a petition for a declaratory order asking the commission to revoke the QF status for one reason or another. The other kind of parameter around the protests has to do with recertifications. So there was, the question arose of, okay, well, what if there's a qualifying facility that exists prior to Order 872 that needs to come in and recertify because they, change in ownership or change the size or whatever the case might be? Would that recertification open up that facility to protest, to free protests? So the commission just kind of, in Order 872, specified that the recerts are only protestable for free if it's a substantive change. So if there's a change in the size of the facility, that kind of thing, then it would open up the facility to protest. But if it's just a change in the contact information in the Form 556, then that's just an administrative change, and that wouldn't open it up to free protest. And I think with that, those were the two changes that I was to talk about, and I think that concludes our presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time on the agenda, we also allowed an opportunity for Staff Counsel's Office to provide any information. Kurt Stokes, Karen Bretz, was there anything you wanted to add at this time?
No. Thank you.
Nothing here either, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go ahead and open it up for questions for our FERC presenters. If you'd like to raise your hand, we'll call on you. Right now, I don't see any hands. I don't see anything in chat, but this is your opportunity to ask questions from our FERC representatives.
This is Kurt. I just have a really quick question about challenges to self-certifications. If there is a challenge filed, while FERC considers that challenge, is the QF considered? What is the QF status while that challenge is pending? Is it effective, or is it waiting on a final determination from FERC?
It is a QF. That's my understanding. It's a QF until the commission were to agree with the protest and revoke the QF status. So the QF status is effective.
Thank you.
This is Natal. I have a question. In the slides that were for Stanley Wolf, there was a discussion about LMP and competitive pricing. Could you provide a little more information on that or explain that in a little more detail?
Well, I'm not sure how much to add. I mean, in general, the commission was interested in allowing QF rates to be determined by market-driven factors to the extent they fit within the Purpa framework. LMP is, as you may or may not know, is used in a fair number of states already. The 872 basically blessed and said with regard to new use of LMP that it's to be legitimate, but it's a rebuttable presumption, and party can come in to challenge use of LMP in particular situations. LMP is for energy rates only, not wasn't designed to be compensation for capacity rates. I don't know, is any other thing that comes to mind that is a question in your mind?
No, that helps. Thank you. Kurt, I see your hand still up. Did you have another question? Okay. Other questions for our speakers? Anybody on the call-in user that has a question? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any questions. I'd like to thank our speakers. You provided a lot of good information and you give us a lot to think about. So I really appreciate you joining us this morning. Our next session is scheduled to start at 10:40, and I know there are people that are calling in for different parts of the agenda based on the schedule that we've set up. So I guess at this point, we'll take a break and come back about 10:35. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, I'm not seeing your name. Are you on? Jonathan Peoples? I know he was on earlier, so we'll wait a few minutes. He may be having trouble getting back on.
Hey, Natal, just want to say John Peoples is on.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Our next session is Jonathan Peoples from U.S. Bank, and he's going to talk to us about financing considerations related to Purpa. Jonathan?
Thanks for having me. Let me pop my video on here. Hope everybody's having a good morning here. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. And I've explained to Natal that, you know, while U.S. Bank is familiar with Purpa, we've done so mainly through financing solar energy facilities that we would kind of deem to be qualifying facilities, some things that were touched on with the prior presenters. And a lot of that is Southeast solar generation, namely North Carolina. But it's a very interesting market. It has popped up in other places, so kind of happy to chat with you about that today. I have about 11 slides, and I'm happy to run through those and talk at everyone. But if there are questions, comments, or anything, feel free to interrupt me anytime. Happy to make it conversational if that is helpful. If we can go to the next slide, please. So a little bit just about U.S. Bank, fifth largest bank in the country. We are a large institution, but as you can see, a little bit smaller than the top three. I personally work in U.S. Bank's Community Development Corporation, focusing on renewable energy finance. If you go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, I skipped one. But as you can see, U.S. Bank is an ethical company for the 7th consecutive year. We kind of fancy ourselves a bit different than other large financial institutions. Definitely more of a commercial bank in the community, which does dovetail into the following slide, which is a little bit more about U.S. Bank's Community Development Corporation and renewable energy financing. So the Community Development Corporation is what the bank uses to do all of its tax-advantaged investing. We also do other investing and loans with respect to low-income housing tax credits, new market tax credits, historic tax credits, and renewable energy tax credits. What you see on the slide here is as of the end of last year, we invested a little over $12 billion of renewable energy equity. That's going to be into solar, wind, and some other project types, technology types, but mainly it's going to be solar and wind. It's about 15 gigawatts financed, and the bank started its renewable energy finance platform back in 2008. Kind of getting a little bit more into solar, just some high level information if you click to the next slide. You know, renewables, solar, wind, you know, they've kind of been a hot topic in the energy conversation for the last 10 years, you know, even before that, but kind of coming up in the political spectrum, I guess you could say. I personally have been in renewable energy business and the energy business since 2008. I started my career working for a renewable energy developer, initially focusing on utility scale wind projects in the Midwest, but then also building out a solar platform. Just wanted to put this slide up because, a lot of what the Ferc folks were touching on has been relevant to solar and wind build out across the nation. I see in the agenda there's also some people from Oregon stopping in. We have financed projects in Oregon that are, quote, qualifying facilities that kind of dovetail off of Purpa projects, and as I mentioned in North Carolina. So Purpa itself, in addition to other incentives afforded to renewable energy projects, have had the effect of increasing, installed capacity in renewables. It has given smaller projects in different markets, depending on interpretation, an ability to grow. So as you can see, solar, and these numbers are touch dated, but I liked the EIA graphic, but renewables should kind of continue increasing in installed capacity and electrical generation. I think it's a bit of a parallel line with natural gas, what we would expect. I myself personally in the bank, none of this is kind of an opinion of the bank, or frankly an opinion of me as an energy professional, but factually speaking, there has not been as much coal installed in the past 10 to 15 years, definitely since I've been around the energy industry since 2008. It's been mostly renewables and natural gas, and nuclear has kind of been that flat line as well. So on the go forward, we would expect to see more states utilize Purpa rules or interpret Purpa rules, and potentially see more qualifying facility designations like we've seen in states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Oregon, et cetera. If you can jump to the next slide. I wanted to quickly run through 3 different forms of solar that we see. Like I said, we've mainly interpreted or used Purpa through solar and through what we would call utility scale solar, whether that be small or larger utility scale. We've done Purpa / qualifying facility solar deals from 1 megawatt all the way up to roughly 75 megawatts DC, some states 100 megawatts DC. So it does depend on kind of the state's interpretation of Purpa regulations and then how utilities want to function within that. But utility scale we kind of define as transmission tied projects where it's either going to be sold in the wholesale market or it's going to be sold to a load serving industry, a load serving entity, under a long-term power purchase agreement. Think about your typical investor-owned utilities, municipals, co-ops, et cetera. Utility scale is where I'm going to focus my time because it's the most applicable to the conversation today. But if you flip to the next slide, I did want to include just kind of some other aspects of solar and renewables that U.S. Bank has financed. Residential has been a large part of solar finance in the solar industry for a while. It's exactly what the name will lead you to believe it to be. It's behind the meter installed on rooftops, either a PPA or a lease. There's companies that were formed 15, 20 years ago that are still around in the space today that have been very successful, probably 4 or 5 main residential solar installers. And over the last 10 years, we have seen residential solar become more prevalent, moving in from the West and East Coast into other territories. And then finally, on the next slide, there's also the solar kind of commercial and industrial, and this is where you might find big box retailers, rooftops, carport systems, where you could have a warehouse facility or a Target, a Lowe's, a Home Depot, a Walmart, a Walgreens, a store like that, where they're able to offset their on-premise electrical generation. And a lot of folks can do it on a programmatic basis, depending on the number of rooftops that they have. But we view this as usually rooftop or carport based, but you can have commercial and industrial programs like community solar garden programs. But again, that's not as applicable to a Purpa financing. Those are other markets and other programs that folks can access. If you switch to the next slide. Obviously, as I've mentioned, renewable energy has been quite the hot topic as of the last 10 to 15 years predominantly, and a lot of that has to do with tax incentives. So like I said, not making any political statements, not my opinion or the bank's opinion, but just kind of stating the facts that tax credits have enabled solar to grow rather quickly, as have different financing vehicles or different financing programs like Purpa and qualifying facilities. But there is currently a 26% ITC in solar. There are still wind production tax credit benefits, and there is an offshore ITC benefit. I can kind of run through the T's and C's, but there is a runway with the tax incentives currently. They were recently extended. So there is a safe harbor, which means if you have your project placed in service, excuse me, before the end of 2025 or the beginning of 2026, you can safe harbor those tax credits, which gives solar developers alongside, offtake contracts, whether via Purpa or not, the kind of runway and the longevity they need within the industry and the financing certainty to put projects into the ground. So I've been talking a lot. Natal, does it make sense to pause there? If there are any questions, I can open it up, or I can keep rolling.
I don't see any questions yet, so I would say go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. So if you slip to the next slide, I can kind of dive into a little bit more of the renewables financing. So it's going to make up mainly three prongs. As we just mentioned, there are tax incentives associated with renewables financing. Most developers and long-term asset owners in the space are not able to efficiently monetize all of the tax benefits, which would be an investment tax credit or production tax credit, as well as there are some other tax incentives generated by accelerated depreciation. So that's where a tax investor like US Bank would come into the fold, where we form partnerships with the long-term asset owners to monetize portions of the ITC or PTC, portions of the loss that the projects would generate and income thereafter associated with it, because the projects do become taxable after accelerated depreciation runs its course, as well as cash. So every financing is different. It depends upon the offtake contracts, the cost to build the projects, and the structures being utilized. But typically we would see tax equity be 35 to 50% of the capital stack. 50% is probably on the higher range. I think on average it's probably 35 to 40%. You could, depending on the sponsor and the long-term owner and what they're trying to accomplish, you could size debt based on the contracted cash flows, which is an important thing to keep in mind as we get more into the qualifying facility and Purpa status. And there's also construction facilities out there that are fairly typical within the renewable, not only the renewables financing space, but just traditional energy financing space, where you would have a construction debt facility, which is sized based on long-term cash flow profile of the project. And then I mentioned the ITC Bridge Loan, which is a bit more unique to solar and other renewable investments that can receive the investment tax credit, whereby you would have a lender loan capital and loan funds based on, in this case, or for example, US Bank's tax equity investment once the project was placed in service. So that makes up, a bit of the high level capital stack. Again, it's going to fluctuate per deal. Obviously, you can only size debt with respect to having the cash flow available to service that debt. So the contract behind the project is the driving factor in how much debt a long-term asset owner can size on the project. Usually, the term debt is sized or amortized over the length of the PPA. So a longer PPA is going to afford the asset owner a higher debt amount, because as a lender and as just a energy finance, so any kind of debt, you can look at that and underwrite it to say we expect any typical facility to generate a certain amount of energy, statistically between a P50 and a P99. You can put adequate coverages on that and come up with a cash flow forecast as a lender, which US Bank also has the ability to do, but come up with a cash flow forecast as a lender where you would say, it is statistically likely that this project, based on the offtake contract, based on the technology, based on the operator, is likely to pay back this capital, which between that and between originating tax equity transactions is effectively, my role at US Bank in a nutshell, and how we've gotten to, a little bit over the $12 billion worth of investments into the market. If you want to flip to the next slide. Now, folks on the call might be wondering how does all this dovetail into Purpa and being kind of an investor in the space and a lender in the space, and like I said, being mostly focused on solar. US Bank and other financial institutions, in my experience, aren't going to finance projects if they're uncertain as to, one, how long the off-taker is going to be there to purchase the energy, and two, mainly, what price is the off-taker going to pay for that energy? So that's where the interpretation of Purpa that I've been mentioning, that has been discussed previously, kind of comes into play with respect to the solar investments that US Bank has made over the last 12 or so years. The main market that we have seen interpretations of Purpa that we've financed, I should say, is the North Carolina solar market. There was also just to note it, there was also a state tax incentive that folks were able to monetize in that market, which also drove growth in that market. But from my point of view and from what we saw, there was an interpretation of Purpa by the state of North Carolina and the utilities where a solar facility initially could get a long-term offtake contract, so between 15 and 20 years, and that offtake price was fixed. Now there were different contract lengths and different contract amounts, but once you executed the qualifying facility power purchase agreement, say with Duke, for example, because they're a very large utility in that space, that was a fixed contract. So that long-term asset owner or that developer then had a contract that they could finish development of a facility with and go to tax equity investors and lenders and say, hey, via the qualifying facility, the Purpa interpretation by the state of North Carolina and Duke, here's our qualifying facility contract with Duke that you can underwrite. Here's our cash flow forecast for the next 20 years. It's all contracted with the investor-owned utility in the state. And therefore it created a fairly robust marketplace, because the interpretation of Purpa in the state of North Carolina lent to a lot of certainty on where the cash flow from the projects would be coming from. So to kind of dive into it a little bit further and how US Bank specifically evaluated solar projects in the state of North Carolina and everywhere, frankly, because as you can imagine, with a qualifying facility PPA that's between 15 and 20 years in a fixed price contract, it's going to spur a lot of development. So there's going to be more than one developer to choose from. US Bank, being a conservative financial institution, we like to work with parties that we have a relationship with or that have a good reputation in the industry. So there's an underwriting that goes into the owner side of the equation, and that's irrespective of whether you're financing a 75 megawatt qualifying facility contract or you're financing a 1 megawatt small ground-mounted utility scale deal anywhere. US Bank is a relationship-based bank, and we like to know who we're getting into business with and try and do our diligence there. Solar is generally a 30 to 40 year economic useful life asset. So we do kind of underwrite the full economic useful life, although we are more focused on kind of the contracted cash flow. But that does drive growth in the industry, whereby the technology has been around long enough and studied long enough to know a lot of independent engineers will sign off on energy producing capabilities from a solar facility for 30 to 40 years. That production will slowly degrade year over year, but the conventional wisdom and the studies show that it is going to produce energy well into its useful life. As I mentioned, long-term power contracts are very key in financing a solar facility. And then beyond that, we're going to go through any type of underwriting you would go through with respect to any type of energy generation asset, whether it's a qualifying facility or a Purpa asset or not. You're going to look at who's building it, who's owning it, who's operating and maintaining it. What's the equipment that's being utilized? Is the equipment vendor creditworthy? Can they stand behind their warranties? And then, which is a very hot topic in the industry currently, is insurance. Can you adequately insure the project? And that's going to focus a lot on the location, the insurance market in general. So that is the very fast talking 20-minute overview of US Bank solar investing mainly, and kind of how that factors into qualifying facilities and kind of Purpa interpretation to get to qualifying facility contracts. Happy to answer any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and open it for questions. I have a few in the chat. Just 1 second. Okay, John, you mentioned North Carolina a little bit. What do you see as states that have regulations that are friendly to investors in QF?
So North Carolina historically has been one, and it almost, I should mention that a lot of states define qualifying facilities differently. A lot of it, some of it could be investor-owned utility programs, but really kind of small generator purchase agreements is a good way to put it, especially in renewables. But there's more than a few programs in the Southeast. Georgia Power, for example, has been very active in procuring renewable energy. Utilities in South Carolina have been active. So a lot of our portfolio in what we would call the qualifying facility states would be North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Oregon as well. So, but there are, I've heard murmurings of kind of programs and interpretations in other states as well, and that's definitely not an exhaustive list. We're starting to see, the state of Arizona has kind of a budding qualifying facility program coming up, where the Arizona Public Service utility in that state worked with the Public Service Commission and also has a fairly favorable qualifying facility contract. So those would be the main ones that at least we see being in the industry day to day.
Okay, thank you. The next question, in light of Ferc Order 2222, do you see Purpa as a big driver for investors looking to invest in renewables?
Good question. I'm not a Ferc lawyer. Won't claim to kind of know all the ins and outs of the different Ferc rulings, but I will say from a high level, we see a lot of capital coming into the renewable energy market. So it's not necessarily tied to qualifying facility or Purpa regulation. It's been a growth market for the last, since I entered the market in 2008 and even before that. So we see a lot of domestic and foreign capital. It could be infrastructure funds, pension funds, private equity funds coming into the renewable space because one, and this is my personal interpretation, but people see a favorable policy environment in the United States, and it's I will say that that's not recent. It has been that way through many different, administrations and political parties. Renewable energy has been afforded a lot of bipartisan support, which is great. If you look at the center of the United States, the Midwest, where we are in Missouri, I mean, there's a lot of renewable energy generation in Iowa, Kansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Missouri. It has bipartisan support. It's a huge jobs creator, and there are long-term offtake contracts available to finance. So I heard one infrastructure fund principal, actually a couple kind of say, if you're going to go buy, an investor-owned utilities kind of commercial paper, you should look at a renewable energy contract where they're going to pay for power for 15 or 20 years, where you can have a yield that's in excess of commercial paper while investing in a renewables platform. So the yields have been driven a little bit lower on the sponsor side, given the amount of capital coming into the market. But it's viewed as a very predictable space to put your money in. A lot of that is based on, in my opinion, long-term contracted cash flows that tax investors, cash equity investors, and lenders can underwrite and become comfortable with, alongside, all the other underwriting that's still up on the current slide.
Okay. Next question: how would investors feel about possible contractual obligations that require a QF to sell energy to a utility under Purpa, but would not allow the QF to opt into the bulk market under Purpa?
Good question. So we look at that more from kind of the conservative bank perspective, being either a tax equity investor or a lender, where having certainty of where you can sell power in the event a project is uncontracted is really what we're looking for. So whether it's selling to the local utility under Purpa, or whether it's selling into, as it was mentioned, a bulk power market or a wholesale power market, we just need to know that, obviously I mentioned, a solar project or a wind project has an economic useful life that's well beyond, call it a 15 or 20 year Purpa contract. So we look at the optionality as a positive, if there is optionality, but at a minimum, we just need to know that the project is able to sell power somewhere. And so, the investing we've done in the state of North Carolina is important. In our analysis there is that once the qualifying facility contract is up, Purpa, that's been around since the late 70s, still exists. That project should be able to sell power, to the utility in North Carolina at that utility's avoided cost. So we've definitely relied on Purpa in that analysis to be comfortable that, we're underwriting a solar asset that might have a 30 or 35 year economic useful life, and that it can sell power for its entire economic useful life, and not just the duration of the contract.
Okay. Has U.S. Bank funded any projects in Missouri? If so, can you elaborate? If not, do you have any opinions as to why not?
Sure. So to my knowledge, we have not done a solar or wind project in Missouri. We've looked at a few potential projects. The Missouri solar market is not as advanced as other solar markets. To date, we just haven't seen as much development in the state. Power prices are a little bit cheaper here in the Midwest than they are elsewhere, so that could be one factor. Another factor is we haven't seen kind of a qualifying facility PPA framework like we saw in North Carolina come to be in Missouri. I've done a little bit of reading and diligence on kind of what a qualifying facility or Purpa contract looks like in Missouri currently, and I just don't know that it prompts large scale development. That's not to say that it couldn't in the future, and I know that Ameren and Kansas City Power and Light, whose updated name is Evergy, I believe was escaping me momentarily there. You know, I know they've been active in renewables procurement, so I don't think it's a matter of if we will finance a project in Missouri. I think it's when. You know, we're starting to see more development in the state, which is fantastic. You know, we're starting to see utilities buy more renewable power in the state. And they always have, even back to my development days, Ameren and KCP&L at that time, were active in procuring renewable energy power. So I think we will see it. We just haven't seen as much development in the state of Missouri as we've seen in other states. We have,
Okay.
I should say, we have financed small scale solar in the state of Missouri. We have not financed, you know, a large scale utility site as of yet.
Okay. So following up on that, are there any specs that you would need to see, or are there any minimum thresholds, any deal breakers?
Sure, good question. You know, we like to be pretty flexible with respect to how we underwrite and how we structure a tax equity investment. So I don't necessarily have a minimum threshold. What I would point to is, you know, the certainty that was created in the North Carolina market is a very good kind of test case to look at the amount of projects that have been financed there. I think to date, US Bank has probably financed a little over 2.5 gigawatts in the state of North Carolina, and that's over a decade, so it's been over a little while. But as a financial institution, and this is going to be US Bank or any financial institution, it all goes back to kind of the premise of my slides, and definitely the slide that's still up, you know, investing and underwriting fundamentals. Having a long-term power purchase contract with an off-taker that a bank or a lender or anybody in the space, cash equity, you know, can underwrite the creditworthiness of their purchase and know that if it's a 15-year contract or if it's a 20-year contract, that entity is going to be around paying for the power as it's generated. You know, there's kind of no outs in the contract. That's really, in my mind, what spurs the investment and development in any region. So not just in Missouri, but that's what's going to attract short duration and long duration capital providers, because there's certainty on that asset, you know, able to get financing and able to sell power long term.
Okay, so continuing on that line then, do you see impacts on funding or investor resources if a PSC or utility does not have a minimum standard contract length for PPAs?
If the less programmatic it is, the harder it is for the market to develop. Because if you think about a development life cycle of a renewable energy project, whether it's, you know, a wind project or a solar project, somebody has to go lease the land or buy the land, file for the interconnections, you know, go through the interconnection studies, get certainty they can put electrons on the grid, and you know, negotiate an offtake contract, whether that's a form qualifying facility contract or whether that's a bilateral negotiation with a large corporate or a utility. So in order for that to happen, you know, developers have to see some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. So if there's not some kind of minimum, if they can't underwrite the market itself, they're not going to spend the time, resources, and, you know, resources being human resource in terms of development as well as capital in any market to build out, you know, a pipeline to finance. So that's a very long-winded way of saying I think there has to be certainty of what an offtake contract looks like. I wouldn't opine on a minimum number of years or a minimum price because we've seen and we've financed so many different types of offtake contracts in the market. But if there's not a commonly accepted interpretation or there's, you know, there's not a form contract out there that people can underwrite and look at, it's just going to be hard to advance a lot of development in the state, because any good developer, speaking from, you know, my time working in development, is going to put their human resource capacity and their limited development capital capacity, which tends to be you know, a lot more expensive than long-term asset capital cost, into markets where they're a little more confident that that offtake contract exists, or they can go negotiate a bilateral contract, or it's a qualifying facility / Purpa market.
Okay, I have several more, but I see Tim Opitz has his hand up. Tim, would you like to ask your question? And then we'll go back to the chat questions.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I sent them in the chat too, but I'll go ahead and ask it. So the prior speaker, and I don't know if you were on, but they mentioned that Order 872 at Ferc sort of blessed LMP pricing for the avoided energy cost. Can you speak to a little bit how pricing at the LMP might impact your investment strategy?
Sure, meaning meaning that the project would effectively be merchant and accepting the LMP pricing that was when the project was generated, or when the electron was generated, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we like to see contracted assets. There's a little more certainty in that. I kind of ran through it, albeit pretty quickly previously. As a tax investor, and I can touch on the lending aspect too, but as a tax investor, we're investing in, tax benefits and cash. If you don't have a long-term contract, you have to underwrite the market and you have to underwrite that LMP. There are fluctuations in LMP markets, and a lot of it depends on the RTO, where you are. Are you injecting power next to, other assets that are injecting power at the same time? So it's the short answer is it's harder to underwrite a fully merchant deal than it is to underwrite a deal with an offtake contract, whether that offtake contract is 10 years or 25 years. So it does impact how we look at investments. We do see, or potential investments, we do see a fairly robust pipeline of projects in the market that are looking for tax equity. So there is a bit of a supply and demand component of where you would kind of classify and rank potential pursuit of a project that did not have an offtake contract and was fully merchant versus projects that have offtake contracts with creditworthy offtakers. So it's definitely a very large consideration.
Anything else, Tim?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, if the contract pricing is set at the LMP price, is there any advantage to a standard contract that has a longer term contract? I mean, is there a scenario where it makes sense for, if a commission were to adopt LMP pricing, maybe that there were a longer term contract for that term?
Sure. So a longer term contract, but a floating price.
Yeah, something like that. Or I guess so. I guess that would be one consideration, and then maybe a follow up before you answer is, if there were sort of staggered prices, let's say the float only floated every 10 years, and it was a 20-year contract, or every 5 years, something like that.
Sure. So there is a contract, a qualifying facility contract in the market currently. It's a 20-year contract, but the pricing is not fixed. I haven't seen that one be financed yet, although we've looked at it, and you can do a healthy amount of analysis around where you think that price will be, where that LMP price will be, into the future based on existing load and current forecasted load and electrical demand. So I wouldn't say it's unfinanceable, because, just depending on market dynamics and market fundamentals, you can structure around quite a lot. To the extent you had some kind of floor that financial institutions could underwrite to, that's going to be a lot easier, because then, if for some reason that LMP was trending negative, or was at zero or below some certain threshold for whatever reason, that as a tax equity investor or a lender, that project isn't actually curtailing itself to not realize some kind of negative or below floor pricing event, or if it was generating, that it actually had to pay to put the electrons on the grid. So it's a hard answer. It's a hard question to answer kind of in a black and white nature, because a lot just depends on, you know, how the contract was set up. But what I can say and kind of go back to is that, you know, we have seen a lot of development in states where there is, you know, fixed price and fixed length contracts. You know, we've seen that drive a lot of economic development, you know, a lot of renewables development in those states, because, you know, as a person working for a large financial institution, you know, creative in terms of the offtake contract we're trying to finance isn't always better. You know, it's the more plain vanilla you can get it, the easier it will be for everybody to digest. And like I said previously, the easier it will be for developers to put people and capital to work in different markets.
Okay, going back to the chat, how is, quote, developers with a history of solar development, end quote, interpreted? What do you look at to determine this type of history?
Sure, good question. So we look at the people that are there. So it's not necessarily history with that specific company, but if there's a new company that's newly developing projects, who have they hired? What's their story? Who are their principals? Where does their financing come from? How are they developing in different markets? So there's that component, which is kind of people related. There's a component of have they done it before as a company? And then I would go back to, if they haven't done it before as a company, have they hired the correct individuals with the correct expertise, you know, to make sure that it is built out in the correct way. And then it gets back to, you know, capitalization. Does the entity that the bank is going to be in a partnership with, a literal partnership with, you know, do they have the ability to attract the capital and the financing necessary to put the project on the ground that they're trying to finance? That's the kind of the short answer there.
Okay, and is being a QF a positive or negative in evaluating a financing project?
In an established market with a QF contract, it's an absolute positive.
Okay, and Karen Bretz, I saw you had your hand up. Do you want to ask your question?
Yes, hi. Do you foresee a movement in states towards variable pricing? And how do you think variable pricing will affect the ability of QFs to obtain financing?
Sure. Yeah, so it kind of dovetails off the prior question, but so we've seen all different kind of shapes and sizes of QF contracts and variable pricing. So there is one construct that I'm aware of that has a variable pricing PPA, and like I kind of mentioned, it's not as optimal as you know, a fixed price qualifying facility contract, but that's not to say it couldn't be financed. It's really in the details with respect to what happens if is there a floor on the variable pricing? Is there a range on the variable pricing that could be negotiated? So, and again, it gets back to the supply and demand of, if we're looking at you know, a lot of projects that have fixed price long-term contracts, a variable price contract is inherently going to slot itself a little bit lower in what we would pursue. U.S. Bank is a large financial institution, but you know, in order to make a tax equity investment, you know, you have to find tax liability to offset. So it is a finite amount of capital in the marketplace that we are trying to expand every day. So, you know, there's a finite amount of projects that we can finance year over year based on, you know, the bank's own tax capacity or tax capacity we're able to partner with. So, the real fundamental and kind of practical answer to the question is that if there are fixed price long-term contracts available in the marketplace to finance, then a variable price contract is going to, probably come behind those inability to get financing.
Okay, we have a few more. How much of an impact are tax credits? And then also, can you explain in more detail some of the concerns about the insurance industry that you mentioned and any concerns for investors?
Sure. So how impactful are tax credits to getting renewable energy projects built?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. So as I mentioned in the presentation, I mean, U.S. Bank as a tax equity investor is going to be anywhere between 30 and 40% of the capital stack. So if you're building a 100 megawatt project, it's going to account for $30 to $40 million of your cost to install. So it's very impactful. And the follow-on question to that was the insurance aspect. I only mentioned it. We've seen quite a few natural disasters in the past couple of years. Definitely on the coasts. There was back-to-back years. I want to say 17 and 18, where various areas of the United States flooded somewhat significantly. And that's not necessarily something that we'd see back to back. So the insurance market is just a little bit harder than it has been previously. It's my understanding, based on talking to experts in that space, that it does kind of ebb and flow. There is kind of a stopping point to the hard market where other insurers will come in. But the levels of insurance that developers and long-term owners can procure on projects is different now. What I should say, depending on the geography and location, could be lower than what they would have been, 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago. So it's just another thing for long-term asset owners, tax investors, lenders to underwrite alongside doing any deal, because you may not be able to insure a project up to the levels that you would have been able to historically. So it hasn't stopped any projects that I'm personally aware of. At least at U.S. Bank, it hasn't stopped any projects. We've been able to underwrite, and projects have been able to get the insurance necessary. It's just a little bit harder of a market than it has been in the past.
Okay, and just a couple more. This has been a good conversation. Would you agree that if states apply some of the, whoops, I'm sorry, that was related to Tim's question. How much have you invested in SPP and MISO RTOs versus other RTOs, ISOs? And how much do you look at capacity markets versus energy markets?
That's a very good question. I will be honest, I don't know the dollar mix between SPP and MISO. I will say, just having grown up in renewable energy kind of development, we have invested more. I don't want to put numbers on it, but if you think about residential finance has been in the coasts, commercial and industrial or community solar finances, there's been more markets outside or historically outside of SPP and MISO. So not sure the exact breakdown, but there is absolutely nothing that restricts U.S. Bank from investing in any RTO. It's just a fundamental underwriting analysis on our side. So whether it's ERCOT, whether it's SPP or MISO or CAISO, it's just kind of underwriting that market. So nothing that would restrict us from doing so. The capacity versus energy question is an interesting one. Historically, we've seen solar asset contracts be based on energy only and not given credit for capacity. Each market is kind of evolving in that, and sometimes, almost even state to state. So underwriting is fundamentally, from U.S. Bank's perspective, is can we get comfortable that payment stream, that revenue source is coming to that project, and it's predictable. So we can underwrite capacity revenues in addition to energy revenues. It just depends on what the genesis of that revenue is. Is it a literal capacity contract, which you see more often with solar and storage? Or, is there a capacity contract in a market for solar only, and maybe it's based on the nameplate capacity times, a formulaic capacity factor. So I would say most of the deals that we've done to date have been based on energy and not capacity. But over the past 2-3 years, we've started to see a shift in solar projects being able to access capacity markets.
Okay. And finally, you've mentioned North Carolina a few times. Are there other states that you would suggest the Missouri Commission to look at for guidance on, as we're working through all of this?
Sure. North Carolina is a good one. Oregon is another good one. We have financed solar and wind on a qualifying facility basis in Oregon. Yeah, it was Oregon. Sorry. We do quite a lot of projects. We close about 30 to 40 projects a year. So sometimes they merge on me a little bit. But I mean, North Carolina is definitely a state that's worth looking into. Interestingly enough, Missouri's solar resource at a very high level is at or better than North Carolina's solar resource. So it's just a good test case to see what can happen, even if you look beyond the phase in North Carolina where there was a state investment tax credit. What certainty of a Purpa interpretation can do just from a qualifying facility contract. So there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of ups. Well, I should say there's a lot of different negotiations between the utility and the PSC, Public Utilities Commission, in North Carolina as well. So there's probably a lot of lessons learned there in the event Missouri was looking at doing, more of a qualifying facility contract for renewables and other generation for that matter.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have as far as questions. Jonathan, I'd like to thank you for joining us this morning. I think you've provided us a lot of good information, and I know how to reach you if we have more questions, so I appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the time.
And at this point, following up on the similar discussions, we're going to turn to Kurt Stokes of the Staff Counsel's Office for financing consideration, or excuse me, legal discussion on financing commitments.
Good morning, and thanks, Natel. I'm Kurt Stokes. I'm with the Staff Counsel's Office, and kind of following up and talking about the legally enforceable obligations, which Ferc was good enough to review earlier this morning. I'm going to dive into some of the things that some previous cases and Order 872, some of the boundaries and what's in and what's out as far as what will demonstrate a financial commitment. So if you go to the next slide, I'll do my standard disclaimer. The views presented here, they are my own. They don't necessarily reflect those of the Commission staff, Staff Counsel, or the Public Service Commission. The next slide. Just a reminder what legally enforceable obligations are. It's really just an alternative. It's to prevent a utility from circumventing Purpa requirements merely by refusing to enter into a contract with a qualifying facility. And FERC's Order 872 says nothing in this final rule limits a QF developer's or a utility's ability to negotiate rates, terms, or conditions. What that means is if the qualifying facility and the utility are able to reach a deal on their own, we don't need to worry about or talk about legally enforceable obligations. And the next slide, as FERC talked about earlier today, prior to Order 872, there was no FERC order or regulation stating when an LEO was triggered. With this new regulation, there is, and it's relatively straightforward on its face. And it just says a QF has to demonstrate both commercial viability and financial commitment to construct its facility. And the criteria are determined by the state regulatory authority. As long as those criteria are objective and reasonable, FERC gave each state a lot of flexibility to consider its own situation in deciding what will be sufficient to demonstrate commercial viability and financial commitment. And just looking at the next slide, we're looking right now at the financial commitment to construct the facility piece of that. And the reason that I'm looking primarily at the regulation is because the U.S. Supreme Court tells us to. The source of that is Kaiser versus Wilkie. It's a case out of 2019, and it says when the plain language of a regulation resolves your conflict, that's at the end. You don't look at the agency interpretation of that regulation unless there's an actual ambiguity. And even then, if we go to the next slide, the courts will look at the agency interpretation of the regulation only if it's reasonable, authoritative, or the agency's official position and not just an ad hoc statement. The interpretation has to implicate the agency's substantive expertise, and it has to reflect fair and considered judgment. And so when I talk about the actual regulation, the 292.304 D3, that's what I'm primarily looking at today. There are pieces of Order 872 that I look at, but it comes with this caveat that the Supreme Court says, look to the regulation first. And anyway, that's just the caveat before we dive in. If we go to the next slide, Order 872 and the new regulation, it really just strikes a balance. And on the one side, you have utilities who should not be required to have an LEO imposed on them if based on a project that's just not far enough along, and that it wouldn't be reasonable to require the utility to plan their system based on I think at one point in Order 872 they refer to a speculative paper only project. But on the other side, you've got qualifying facilities who should be entitled to negotiate terms with utilities and not have the utilities unilaterally or unreasonably decide when the LEO is triggered. And in between there is the commission that has to decide the criteria when an LEO is triggered. And the goal that everybody should be shooting for, and this is a requirement under Purpa, under the Purpa statute itself, is just and reasonable and non-discriminatory rates. And the next slide is just a citation for that requirement. It's under 16 U.S. Code. That's the cogeneration statute right there, and it establishes the rates have to be just and reasonable and non-discriminatory. Okay, so now we're going to talk about some orders and decisions that kind of talks about what's in bounds and what's out of bounds for requiring a qualifying facility to demonstrate a financial commitment to construct its facility. And when we're thinking about what demonstrates financial commitment, Ferc clarifies multiple times in Order 872 that demonstrating financial commitment does not require having obtained financing. They also say that obtaining a power purchase agreement, PPA, or financing cannot be required to show proof of financial commitment. So that's out of bounds. Paragraph 694 of Order 872 makes this really clear. The qualifying facilities need an LEO to obtain financing. It's not the other way around. And so just with that in mind, you cannot require proof of financing in order to show proof of financial commitment. Some other things, if we go to the next slide, that Order 872 says are unreasonable, things that states cannot require. Again, execution of a purchase power agreement or interconnection agreement. Remember what an LEO is. It's the alternative to a negotiated agreement between a qualifying facility and a utility. So if you have a PPA or interconnection agreement, you don't need an LEO. So requiring that would just be unreasonable. Another thing that Ferc says is unreasonable is filing a formal complaint with the state commission. And just from a prudential standpoint, that makes a lot of sense. If the utility and the qualifying facility can reach an agreement on their own, you don't necessarily need to have a complaint filed with the state commission every time a QF wants to approach a utility to negotiate an agreement. Two other requirements that Ferc has put out of bounds were, both of these are out of Texas. The Texas Public Utilities Commission used to well, they still do, but they require qualifying facilities to provide firm power before they qualified for an LEO, and they required them to be able to deliver power within 90 days. Before Order 872, both of those requirements were affirmed by the Fifth Circuit. Those cases and the Texas Public Utilities Commission, that'll be something to continue to watch to see how they adjust or if they're going to stick to their guns on those requirements. Those will be interesting to watch. But for now, under Order 872, FERC has said that those kind of requirements are not reasonable and they're not allowed under this new regulation. If you go to the next slide. The District Court of New Mexico, in this case, Great Divide Wind Farm, is currently winding its way through the federal courts. New Mexico imposed a requirement that a qualifying facility be ready to interconnect with the utility before it obtained an LEO. And at the time that this litigation was happening, FERC had issued its NOPR, its Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. And the court looked at it, but didn't actually use it in its decision. It felt the need that the district court said, we need to make a decision now. I'm not going to wait for this final rulemaking. But under Order 872, the requirement that the qualifying facility actually be ready to interconnect is probably not okay. FERC has said that filing an interconnection application is okay. But actually being ready to interconnect would, going back to that balancing test, that does not strike that balance that FERC was going for to, prohibit utilities from imposing unilateral or unreasonable obligations on qualifying facilities before an LEO was established. And then next we can go to Order 872. FERC does propose some specific criteria, but it declined to require them. Some examples that FERC says are definitely okay are requiring a qualifying facility to take meaningful steps to obtain site control to commence construction. FERC did not go so far as to say the site control actually had to be obtained. In fact, it said that obtaining site control is probably not probably, but it would be outside the bounds. The same thing for local permitting, state permitting, and zoning. You can require the filing of an application for permitting and zoning, including the payment of fees for those, but actually obtaining the permitting and zoning would not be allowed. And FERC said that the local permitting and zoning state permitting processes in some cases were taking too long, and that it would be unreasonable to impose that requirement before an LEO was formed. Another thing that FERC threw out as an idea is the payment of a fee for a system impact study. And this afternoon, when we talk about the commercial viability of qualifying facilities, the system impact studies are something that definitely came up in Order 872, and there's some good case law on that. But as far as showing financial commitment, just paying for that system impact study is a good criteria. Specific, it's objective, reasonable, and a state could require that. And again, submitting that interconnection request. So we should study deposit, but not actually having the interconnection agreement signed and filed. So if we go to the next slide, FERC says that it intends to preserve existing case law on what states have required in the past. This South River Power Partners case out of the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court in 1997 has some really good criteria that states might look at. Pennsylvania, like many states, refuses to find an LEO just by merely having a qualifying facility tender a proposed contract to a utility. That's generally not going to trigger an LEO. Here, in this case, the qualifying facility had only held discussions with investment bankers, but it had not obtained financing. Under Order 872, that would actually probably be a positive because remember, FERC kind of reminds us throughout Order 872 that the purpose of an LEO is to obtain financing. It's not, financing will establish an LEO. But the factors that are still good and should still be looked at by any state wanting to look at financial commitments is, in this case, the qualifying facility had no assets, liabilities, or net worth. It had no written partnership or LP agreement. It had no current or past employees. It had no association with any other previous power production projects. It hadn't even applied for governmental permits, and it hadn't even hired consultants to help prepare the permit or approval applications. So, in a situation where, a qualifying facility had not actually taken any steps to begin construction, those kind of factors are helpful to look at. But getting into the less obvious factors, the next case is out of North Carolina, which, we heard a lot about North Carolina today and how much solar is available there. This one's a relatively recent case out of the North Carolina Court of Appeals in 2019. The court upheld the North Carolina Public Utility Commission's requirement that to establish an LEO, that the QF has to self-certify with Ferc as a QF. And we heard this morning that Ferc has changed the self-certification process, but as far as the ability of interveners to challenge the QF status, Ferc considers the QF as a QF unless and until Ferc has actually found otherwise. And then North Carolina requires the QF to obtain a CPCN, which is the North Carolina equivalent of Missouri CCN, a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. Now, under Order 872, North Carolina's test might have to be tweaked a little bit and have the QF apply for a CPCN instead of actually obtaining the CPCN. But then the third requirement was that the qualifying facility make a commitment to sell output to a utility under Purpa via use of a state promulgated form. And that's still good case law. Another case out of Montana is Mtsun versus the Montana Department of Public Service Regulation. And again, this is another case where a state says, a utility's refusal to negotiate without more is insufficient to establish a QF. And here, the Montana court affirmed the Montana Department of Public Service Regulation when it said that the qualifying facility did not obtain an LEO because it hadn't taken action that exposed it to liability if it abandoned the proposed projects. And some examples it gave were paying for avian studies, obtaining permits, and again, Order 872 says maybe obtaining permits is not allowed, maybe applying for permits is okay, or having actual site control over the proposed areas. So if we go to the last slide, the overarching guidance that FERC gave in Order 872 is that the financial commitment criteria that a state relies on must be within the control of the qualifying facility. And with the exception of the examples given in Order 872 of things that were out of bounds, FERC just had the blanket statement that as long as these criteria are within the control of the qualifying facility and they've been previously approved, that FERC would consider those reasonable. And under that, under the plain language of the regulation and Order 872, if you find case law that has affirmed a commission relying on these factors, there's a lot of case law out there. I didn't have time to go through all of them this morning. That Order 872 wasn't meant to have a complete reset. It was just meant to redraw the borders between what triggers an LEO and what doesn't. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we can move on with the agenda.
I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you, Kurt. Oh, nope.
Okay.
We're good. Something popped up, but it wasn't a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is grid data and hosting capacity, and our speaker is Chris Villarreal from Plugged In Strategies. Chris?
Good morning, Natel. Thank you to the Missouri Public Service Commission for inviting me to talk today. This morning, I'm going to spend a bit of time here on discussing hosting capacity. To build on a bit of what Jonathan was talking about, a lot of this conversation is going to be focused on how to plan the system better going forward with the growth of distributed energy resources, and in particular, solar. So next slide, please. So what I wanted to first start off talking about here is the importance of data, not just customer energy data, but also the data about the system. And what can the data about the system tell us? And what I have here are some relatively old images now, all things considered, of what information about how the system is being operated in response to the growth of solar shows about how the distribution system itself is planned and operated. So the picture on the left, both of these are pictures of transformers. So this is all information that's gathered at the transformer level. The image on the left is from HECO in I believe it's on Oahu, and it shows the impacts of rooftop solar on the voltage at a given location. And so what you have on the dramatic lines going up and down is the voltage output coming off of that location due to rooftop solar. The two solid lines sitting just above 125 and just below 115 is the voltage band that utilities are to keep their systems operated on, and the line close to the top of the flat line is what the utility is trying to keep the system at. And as you can see from here, you can tell that at various points in time over this day, the system is both above and below the voltage bands that they're supposed to be operating under. And the image on the right is from San Diego Gas and Electric, showing roughly the same thing, just the difference, illuminating the difference between granularity of data. So the upper left-hand picture shows power quality on an hourly basis. And those are a flat line, but it's a line that seems to be relative, you can look at it and say, okay, I know what's going on there. But as you move down into granularity of information, you can see that that 1 hour line is actually masking a significant amount of volatility associated with solar. All the way down to the bottom right-hand corner picture, which looks at the 10-second data and shows just how significantly voltage fluctuations are occurring at that location due to rooftop solar. Now, what this picture on the right implicates and led San Diego Gas and Electric to work with a lot of the Western utilities, this really drove the growth and the change to IEEE 1547 to allow for advanced inverter functionality. Because what happens here is with the advanced inverter functions, the voltage swings can be better handled before it even gets onto the system. And so this really drove the Western utilities and the California Public Utilities Commission into moving ahead on enabling advanced inverter functionality in order to address this voltage swings that happen, that can happen very quickly. Next slide, please. So that's just one part of the question about data. The other one, which is what I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about, is hosting capacity. Now, we moved from the grid data about what's going on at transformers due to solar to looking at something a little different, which is hosting capacity of a given location. And what we're talking about with hosting capacity is the amount of DER, and I'm going to quote EPRI here just to make it easy for everybody. It's the amount of DER that can be accommodated without adversely impacting power quality or reliability under current configurations and without requiring infrastructure upgrades. And so without requiring infrastructure upgrades, it's kind of important for the planning and the operations of the system, because DER and solar are going to follow customer demands. And understanding where customer demand and customer adoption rates are going will help provide indicators around what needs to be done on the distribution system, if infrastructure upgrades are needed or not. Hosting capacity can be used for a number of different things, which we'll talk about in a minute, but it's a baseline, you can consider it as a baseline determination for where DER can interconnect and integrate with the existing system safely and reliably without needing any new significant infrastructure. It is at its core an engineering function that looks at a variety of components around the distribution system as well as what's seeking to interconnect with it. So it looks at voltage, thermal overloads, missed operations, as well as protection, safety, reliability, and power quality. But I want everyone to remember three things about hosting capacity. It is location dependent, it is feeder specific, and it is extremely time varying. And we'll go into what that means in a bit. Next slide, please. So hosting capacity has a number of uses, and it's important to, at an early stage, to focus on what use you want hosting capacity to be used for. It can be used to identify distribution feeder capacity for DER. So if you are a developer, you're wanting to know where perhaps to locate solar, be it utility scale, community, or rooftop, having a host capacity analysis will provide you that idea of where you can put it, where you can put that installation, and have a pretty good chance of it being successfully interconnected. You can also use the host capacity analysis to help streamline interconnection studies. So as a developer goes through the interconnection process, hosting capacity could be one of those first steps of information provided to the developer to help move along the interconnection process itself. And then lastly, a use case for it is to identify where the distribution system may need substantial upgrades from the utility. So it can inform the distribution system planning process of utility by taking all the information that it receives from the hosting capacity analysis and then plot it out over time to say, this area, we're seeing a lot more DER, and we're going to need more hosting capacity here. So let's, in 5 years, we're going to need to invest in transformer upgrades or substation upgrades. And identifying which of those use cases you want to focus on first will then help the developer, the utility, and the commission and the stakeholders to tailor the types of hosting capacity analyses that may be necessary or useful in the short run, and then building on to the medium and long term. Next slide, please. So what does this look like? What type of information is provided in a hosting capacity? So the next several slides are going to be pictures. So what I wanted to provide here for the next 3 or 4 slides is a deeper dive into what these maps provide. So this is from Pepco. And Pepco is part of the PHI system, which is then part of Exelon. So Pepco serves the DC region, but PHI companies include Atlantic City, Pico, I believe, and utilities located here. So next slide. We're going to focus a bit more onto an area of the Pepco system. This is downtown District of Columbia. I'll just note that this is not behind a firewall or a login, or I don't have to do anything. Just Google Pepco hosting capacity heat map, it'll take me to the page and I can start digging into their system. So this is downtown Washington, D.C. What the map provides you at this point in time is a visual representation of where solar might be a good fit. Now it's downtown D.C., so there's a lot of buildings there. So I'm just sort of using this as a rough example of what you might see. But what you're provided here is the identification of the secondary and the primary systems for the distribution system in District of Columbia. On the left-hand side, you have the legend for what the colors mean. And if you're a developer and you were interested in assisting the development of solar in the District of Columbia, you would have a sense of where you might have a good chance of interconnecting a rooftop solar system. Next slide, please. But what I wanted to show is if you looked a little bit closer, and this is an area in Northeast DC, not too far away from Union Station, you'll be able to see a bit more information about the circuit information, about circuits. And what I added down here on the bottom of this picture, well, first of all, this again shows the circuit maps of the Pepco system in this area of DC. But if you clicked on any of the circuits, you would have the opportunity to look at what's down here at the bottom. And what you get here on the bottom is the feeder ID, allowable PV kilowatts. You get the size of the system, so it's a 12 to 13 kV system. You get the sense of how much active generation is already on there, what's sitting in the queue, and then what the total generation by kW is at. And then you get information about the size of the feeder and the transformer. So that's a lot of information that is really valuable to developers in order to appropriately size and then locate potential solar installations at that location. It can also, of course, then be used if there happens to be no real available capacity. It could also then be used by developers to figure out how to either expand host capacity by pairing solar with storage, or providing opportunities or services back to the utility for ways to expand host capacity, again, through use of storage or perhaps other aggregated sorts of demand response, DER, like demand response energy efficiency, to enable a solar array to be located at that location. Next slide, please. So taking that and looking at, going from Pepco, this is a picture from Southern California Edison, and it provides much of the same information, but I just wanted to give you another example of what type of information is available in a hosting capacity analysis, and that's made publicly available. So this also is publicly available, not behind any login page. This is an area, I believe it's somewhere around San Bernardino. And what you're provided here is much the same, but you're provided the name of the system, how much existing gen is there, what's the queue, and it also adds a note that summarizes recent interconnection studies that says you're likely to be okay seeking to interconnect at this location. But what I put on the bottom is another bit of information that is provided. And this provides more information about the system that developers are looking for in order to identify where to place solar. This provides the phase, the segment, the voltage at that location, the size of the substation, more information about the names of the system. And what I didn't provide, because I didn't find it until this morning, is that Southern California Edison also provides load profiles for each of these circuits. So if you were to click on one of the circuits and dig your way into it, you'd find the load profile for each circuit, which provides the minimum and the maximum load for that circuit over the past year. And the minimum load information is incredibly valuable to help with the hosting capacity analysis and the interconnection studies to show how much capacity is available at the location, starting with the minimum load characteristic and the minimum load studies. So next slide is sort of where I get to the punchline here. So what I presented you around Pepco and Southern California Edison are clearly more advanced examples of host capacity. And so these are sort of the in-game, not necessarily in-game, but these are where hosting capacity studies and analyses need to end up in some regards, is providing that information to consumers as well as to developers. But none of that was done in a day or a month or even a year or probably even 5 years. So it's really important at the very beginning, before you start moving forward on where it needs to go, is to understand the current capabilities of the system to provide some information about the system. In Minnesota, for example, the Minnesota Commission and Excel here in Minnesota, their first hosting capacity analysis was an annual number. They were only able to update it once a year. A third or so of Excel system in Minnesota does not have distribution SCADA attached to it. So there's not the capability to collect that information remotely. They have to go out and look at the substation visually. And understanding the capabilities of the system will help provide decision makers and stakeholders an idea of what is the starting ground, what needs to be worked on to move forward on hosting capacity, and what type of investments will be needed over time as you stage your capabilities to prepare more and more detailed and advanced hosting capacity analyses. So this includes collecting the data sources. For example, what percentage of the distribution system has distribution SCADA attached to it? What's the level of AMI penetration, and how can data collected from the AMI system be used to inform the host capacity studies and inputs into it? What are the methodologies that the utility or the commission wants to require being used. There are a number of methodologies currently out there today. And what are the needs for the hosting capacity analysis? We talked about them briefly before, but what purpose in the short, middle, and long term do you want the hosting capacity analysis to be used for? And then lastly, of course, remember, identifying what use case you want can help direct the development of hosting capacity analysis and the needs and the technological needs over time. So do you want to use it to facilitate interconnection? Do you want it to help support distribution planning? Or do you want it to help identify the value that DER can provide at a given location? So to use sort of the well-known analysis or cliche or walk, jog, run, it really is a phased approach to understanding how to get hosting capacity analysis started, looking at what is currently available from the system and from the utility, looking at things like distribution indicators, and then building up from there based on what is currently available, what's available going forward, and where do we want to go at the end. Because the California host capacity analyses are updated, I believe, daily, versus the ones here in Minnesota are updated monthly now, several years later. So it's really understanding what your expectations are up front and then over time. Next slide, please. So with all that being said, there's still a lot to do and understand about the role of hosting capacity and what can go into hosting capacity analysis. So one of the first things to really understand is what are the adoption rates of DER or solar, in this case, solar and storage going forward. Because that will help drive your timeline for how fast you want more granular hosting capacity information available or the capability to do a more granular hosting capacity analysis. It's important, again, to remember that the impacts of hosting capacity and impacts of DER will be localized, perhaps on a circuit-by-circuit basis. So having that granular information about the circuits and the locations, especially as solar continues, especially as solar adoption increases, is really important to understand the impacts of DER at that location. As a result, hosting capacity will become increasingly important to the utility to help better manage their system, optimize their system, as well as to facilitate interconnection requests, but also to help the developers and consumers understand where these things should be better placed. Because otherwise, without the visibility into the system, developers have less of an idea of where they may successfully interconnect, which will drive up costs to them, as well as drive costs to utilities as they have to go through interconnection studies for areas that have no available capacity to interconnect. So in order to make the work easier for the utility and for the developers, the role of hosting capacity can really help lower costs for everybody. However, as we just noted, hosting capacity will also become increasingly complicated as the amount of solar and solar plus storage options grow, as well as the amount of data and technological capabilities the utilities have going forward. This becomes an increasingly more complicated analysis on behalf of the utility. This complication, of course, is exacerbated by customer behavior. Customers will act how they want to act. They'll act in response to technology, they'll act in response to incentives, or they won't act if there are disincentives. We should also remember that this will include changes that are occurring outside of the specific programs associated with solar adoption. So we have FERC Order 2222 implementation will have an impact on this as aggregators begin to grow, as aggregators begin to go out and set up customers for DER aggregation. This will be in response to rate design. So if consumers are moved on to a TOU rate, for example, that may have an impact on DER adoption, as well as any transition away from traditional NEM to a NEM 2.0 or the development of locational net benefits. All of this requires a better understanding of the system, how the system is planned, how DER will impact operations, and how hosting capacity can be used to inform the market, consumers, developers, and utilities. So in the longer term, what this can do is help not only facilitate and make interconnection easier for everybody, but can also identify opportunities for non-wireless alternatives, either utility or developer-owned. And then lastly, I want to make sure that this is not forgotten. Hosting capacity can also be used to better inform utility operations, not just how they operate the system, but also be used to test other systems inside the utility. For example, as you saw from the Pepco and Southern California Edison examples, a lot of this is predicated and built upon a GIS system. And it's important for the utility as well as for the developers in the market to know that the utility's GIS system is accurate. And that may sound silly to say, but there are numerous examples. It may be that utility GIS systems are built upon old information or incorrect information that for whatever reason has not needed to be changed. So ensuring that utility GIS systems are accurate will be a really important component to ensuring that the hosting capacity results themselves are also accurate. As we saw in those pictures, the maps of the distribution system are really important to understand the available capacity allocation. And so if the GIS is wrong in any sense, that's going to have a significant impact on the accuracy of the hosting capacity maps themselves. Next slide. And I'll just close by noting that looking at the role of host capacity in utility systems, as well as the changing nature of electricity delivery and generation through the growth of distributed energy resources, is all part of a larger process looking at this transition over time of a more advanced distribution system that is better capable of integrating and using distributed energy resources. And while we all think we may have time, the adoption levels and the cost declines of solar and storage, as well as other policy pressures from things like FERC Order 2222, may actually accelerate these curves compared to what we had thought in the past. So starting at this location of what are the current capabilities of the distribution system today to provide this information is a fundamental starting point for any conversation going forward around the advancing and more investment into the distribution system to make it smarter and make it more capable of integrating and handling distributed energy resources. And next slide is my last slide. And I'm happy to answer any questions. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Chris. I have a few questions in chat for you. In states with hosting capacity mapping, can you detail how they got there? Do you know how they got there? What were the steps? Was it ordered? Does each utility maintain its own? Does the commission maintain it? And,
sure.
And adding, you mentioned that these were all public-facing sites that you showed us. Were they easy to find, or did you find them because you knew they were there?
I'll start first with California, which I know is always a dangerous place to start. And I'll try to make it generic to say, as solar really took off in states like California and Hawaii, there was a tremendous need for the markets and the developers to have a better idea of where could they put these resources in a way that could be done efficiently and effectively, and not be bogged down in long, laborious interconnection studies. So it really was a matter of need in order to satisfy, I'll call them state policy goals. And the directive to make these maps available, collect the information, and the process by which developers could access them, those were really overseen by the commissions, either through working groups and orders from the commission every so often to provide further guidance. In Minnesota, for example, the host capacity analysis requirements for all three utilities, those were done at the order of the commission, again, in response to certain policies and laws here in Minnesota regarding the growth of community solar in particular, because as solar continued to grow, the quote-unquote easy spots appeared to be taken pretty quickly, and then the markets needed to figure out where would be the other places where would other places successfully interconnect. And the linkage between host capacity and interconnection is pretty strong, even though you should think about them slightly separately in process. Because you'd have developers go through interconnection, wait a year and a half or 2 years for the interconnection study to get done, only to be told there's not available capacity. And so a way to solve that there's not available capacity part of the answer is, well, where are the places with available capacity? And so state commissions were really the ones to direct and order the utilities to develop these processes. And then where can you find them? I'll admit I knew about the Pepco one, but it pretty much is if you just Google, for Pepco, for example, if you just Googled Pepco hosting capacity heat map, it would take you right to the page. I won't say that. There's a number of utilities that have hosting capacity pages. A lot of the utilities in New England have hosting capacity maps. Again, all done at the direction of the regulators. You may have to dig a bit more for those. But there's a lot of resources out there from groups like IREC who can help guide developers or consumers or anyone who has an interest in host capacity. IREC is a group that would really help you identify where to find this information.
Okay, and you said that a lot of these are most of them are commission ordered. Because the data can become stale quickly, how is compliance to update handled?
Yes. So that goes to one of the things I said at the beginning is understanding what are the capabilities of the utility to update them. And so I'll use the example here in Minnesota. Excel, the first 2 hosting capacity studies followed by Excel were done on a yearly basis. And while that isn't terribly great if you are a developer, it is still information that you didn't have before. And the Minnesota Commission has really been encouraging the utilities, Excel in particular, to move faster on updating their interconnection studies. So it's really, host capacity should be thought of really as a tool, not necessarily as a result. Because at the end of the day, if you use hosting capacity with the expectation that you will be successfully interconnected, that's probably a misuse of the program because you then still have to go through the interconnection process itself. So hosting capacity gives you a sense of your likelihood of being successful in your interconnection. It's not a guarantee because the hosting capacity map does not tell you necessarily what's all in the queue. Pepco and Edison are examples where they are because they are more advanced hosting capacity examples. But they won't necessarily tell you what is in the queue at that location, what types of generation is in the queue at that location, and whether those resources will then successfully interconnect at that location. So if you're looking at a location that looks like there's lots of available capacity, but there's 7 projects already in the queue, and by the time you get there, there may no longer be available capacity, you have to recognize that it's not the be-all, end-all answer for how successful you'll be in interconnection, but it is a really important tool to understand the likelihood that you may successfully interconnect. And remember, it's important to remember that before the availability hosting capacity maps, most developers had 0 visibility into what the utility distribution system looked like. And so any incremental amount of information about the distribution system is still very valuable to the developers.
Okay, and I see one final question. I think I mentioned this to you when we talked that we've been working on these issues for a while and we've had some previous workshops. During the previous workshop, there were discussions about setting the megawatt limit to 1 megawatt out of concern for system constraints. Rather than setting a limit due to concerns over potential system constraints, would the requirement to create and maintain hosting capacity mapping more appropriately address how to handle system limitation concerns?
I'll just give you my immediate response here, which is without knowing what the distribution system is capable of doing at a locational basis and having that visibility into the distribution system circuits, you can go one of either way. You can go either way. My opinion would be you'd want to really use the real world capabilities of a given location that may have greater than 1 megawatt availability or may not have greater than 1 megawatt availability. And that my opinion, again here, is by putting I'll say it differently. You really should just be based upon what the data tells you is capable of being provided at a location. A cap may unintentionally minimize the ability of solar plus storage to show up. If it's a greater than 1 megawatt project, for example, but it has storage attached to it, that could help minimize any concerns about impacts of a larger system at that location because now you have storage attached to it. And so you really should try to follow the data of what is capable of being interconnected at a location, and hosting capacity is a means by which you can extract that type of information about what is the capabilities at that location. I hope that was an okay answer for you, Natal.
Yes, thank you. Let me double check to see if there are any other questions. I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Chris, for joining us today. Appreciate it. And
thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. At this time, we will break for lunch. It's 12:20. Let's come back at 1:10. Thank you. Okay, I have 110, so we'll get started again. Our next presentation is a discussion by SPP and MISO, how the RTO markets handle energy and capacity. We have Ryan Westfall and Michael Kessler from MISO and David Kelly from SPP. So I will turn it over to them.
All right. This is Ryan. I guess I'll go first since I think MISO was first on this agenda topic. Good afternoon. I'm Ryan Westfall. I'm a manager in the we call the Resource Utilization Group at MISO. That group does a number of things. One of them is generation interconnection, but also generation retirements and a number of other things. So title of our group is Resource Utilization to kind of signify that we just don't do generation interconnection. But I've been in that group for about 2 years now. And previous to that, I was doing a number of other things at MISO, but mainly in the planning department here at MISO. I also got Michael Kessler with me. He's from the MISO legal department. So certainly they help me with questions if we stray into that from a Ferc perspective. But I'll be going through the presentation through all the slides, and then we'll take questions afterwards. Next slide. So first what we're going to do is kind of go through the generation interconnection process at MISO. I'm not going to go through every detail of this slide specifically. It's just to highlight that the process here, is quite complicated, I guess I would say. But in the main part of our process is we break it up into 3 different phases. And this was something that we did, I believe, about 5 to 6 years ago to kind of split it into a lot of phases, or these 3 phases. And one of the reasons were, I think as everybody's known, we've noted in previous presentations, we've seen a large volume of interconnection requests. We continue to see that, and we'll go through some of those stats for MISO and Missouri too in the later slides. But essentially what we're trying to get through the phase, this 3-phase process is as we move further through the queue, first phase, second phase, third phase, you're getting more cost certainty, and you're getting projects that are quote unquote more firm, ready to go. They kind of know what their interconnection costs are, and are ready to make it to GIA and then finally to commercial operation. We found that it's been pretty successful. Phase 1, we typically, most folks who follow the generation interconnection process, we do in a couple of our regions, particularly west. We've seen it in our southern region more recently. With the volume that we're seeing, pretty high internet connection costs. And so phase 1 really kind of gets you that initial, kind of look, and kind of gives you the option to proceed or not. And then finally, one more time to kind of refine those analysis. And then finally, one last decision point that are you ready to proceed? And then finally into facility studies and GIAs and finally the commercial operation. And one thing that I wanted to note here, because I think the title of this slide or the thing of this presentation that we asked is to kind of talk about energy and capacity. In this whole process, we are evaluating 2 separate products. So that the Energy Resource Interconnection Service and Network Resource Interconnection Service. And so those 2 products are being evaluated if they're selected from the interconnection customer for the interconnection request. Not to go through each one of these slides, but there's been a lot of revisions and refinement of this process, and quite complicated. And even further, what we're trying to do in the near future is this process takes about 505 days for the tariff right now. we've been working through our interconnection process working group recently, which is the stakeholder community that talks about interconnection policy. We're trying to get this process more efficient and faster, and we've been working on getting that 505 days down to about a year, so 365 days. Been working on that for a little bit over a year now, kind of getting to a point where we're, excuse me, getting ready to file tariff language for that. So next slide, please. So just to overview, like I said, the generation interconnection queue in MISO right now, this, and just as, there's a note, this was as of like a week or two ago. These things, you know, these numbers do change daily. So if what you look up on the website isn't exactly what you see on the screen, that's why. We're continuing to evaluate requests every day, so these numbers can change daily. But in essence, we've got about 569 queue requests active right now. That's about 85 gigawatts. I think, I don't remember the exact number, but I know I think the highest we have seen is a little bit over 100 gigawatts of active requests at one time. And that was in essentially when we took in our latest cycle, which is the 2020 cycle. Just tipped over 100 gigawatts. And that was the highest we've seen historically. And then as you see here, and when we get to the next slide, you'll see how that kind of theme moves into Missouri. Is, you know, of course, we're seeing most of the requests being renewable. We see kind of a shift more lately from being the more favorable, or I guess I would say the more active requests being solar. In the past, that was mainly wind, but in the last couple of cycles, we've certainly seen the solar requests become more dominant in the active queue. And then also recently, not as many active requests, but certainly seen an uptick of both the storage requests and hybrid facilities. And you know, hybrid is essentially what is just a facility that has two or more fuel types behind the POI. A lot of these hybrids, and it's not exclusive of all of it, but a lot of majority of them are you know, a wind or a solar with some type of like a storage, like a battery coupled with it. So that's a lot of what these hybrid facilities are. And so those are starting to see an uptick in the last couple of cycles on that. Next slide. So when we zoom into Missouri, we kind of see the same trend. A lot of solar, about 3.6 gigawatts, about 1 gigawatt of wind. And then also one thing that's unique with Missouri is we do have some HVDC requests in the Missouri area. So those are actively being studied also in our queue. So that is one, I guess, I believe that in the West, I believe there's also an active project there for HVDC. So that is one unique thing in Missouri that we are seeing is a request for HVDC. So if you look back in history and we go back to about 2016, you know, when we go back just because that's kind of when the last time we did a big reform of our queue, it's easier to kind of have an apples to apples comparison. And so for Missouri specifically, we had about 12 gigawatts of projects enter the queue since 2016. About 4.7 gigawatts have withdrawn. About 1.1 have completed the study process and obtained the interconnection agreement. So these are moving towards commercial operation. And then the last little piece of that is about 6.2 are still in active study 2018, 19, and 20 cycles that we still have ongoing. So in the central, so Missouri's in the central region, the 18 is starting to wrap up pretty soon. And we'll be focusing on a lot of the 19 and 20 cycles here in the next year or so. And I don't know if it's specific, you know, so Missouri is in their central region. And if you look at our central region specifically, there's a large volume of requests for both the 19 and 20 cycles. So those are I think are some of the largest ones we've seen in the past. So those are going to certainly be spending a lot of time on those 19 and 20 cycles for the central region, which Missouri is part of that. Next slide, please. So to kind of go back, the energy and capacity. So at MISO, we have what we call the planning resource auction. This is, I guess you could call it our capacity auction, but the term we use is the planning resource auction here at MISO. And one of the main differences, or one of the main kind of things that's required from a resource perspective for participation in the planning resource auction, the PRA, is proven deliverability. And like I said before, so there's two ways to approve that, and one of them is through directly obtaining network resource interconnection service through the queue. So you would actually request that type of service in your interconnection request. And if you do obtain that and get the generation interconnection agreement with that type of service, you would be deemed deliverable and be able to participate in the capacity option, the PRA. So what we generally see is folks, when they interconnect or have an interconnection request, a resource will generally request network resource interconnection service. And that's because they, even if that type of product does result in a higher cost, at the two decision points that MISO has, one decision point 1 and decision point 2, the interconnection customer has the opportunity to drop that type of service and elect not to go forward with that and just go the energy resource interconnection service at that point. So in general, what we see is people request it, hope that they can get that type of service for a reasonable cost. If they can, they keep it. If they can't, then they just end up dropping it. That's not to say that everybody does that, but it's the vast majority of folks keeps their options open as an independent process. Now, if you don't get that type of service, there's also another option to participate in the planning resource option and improve deliverability, and that's through using a transmission service reservation, so TSR or NITS. So if you have entered just the ERS or energy resource interconnection service, you can also have it in combination with that firm transmission service and also be deemed deliverable and be able to participate in the planning resource option. So that's really the kind of where how the interconnection piece fits into, could fit into participating between the capacity market is directly obtaining that deliverable product, the NRIS, through the interconnection or through transmission service. Next slide, please. So we did see a little bit of this, I think, on earlier slides with regards to the state authority over interconnections versus the FERC jurisdictional under QFs. I think the only thing I would add here is the last bullet is, it's already interconnected and it intends to sell and wholesale. We would deem that needed a new submission if the output is substantially the same. So it's already been interconnected and it's deemed as roughly the same. Then we wouldn't put that facility through the interconnection queue again. However, if they were wanting to obtain the deliverability, that's something that they may need to participate in the capacity option. That's one thing they may need to obtain, which they can through either going through the queue and obtaining that deliverability product, or proving it through the transmission firm transmission service. Next slide. Then this lastly, just to kind of give a plug on, Ferc Order 2222, of course, is a little bit newer order. So MISO is continuing to work through their compliance on that. We do have our DRTF, we're calling the DREER task force. That's the stakeholder community working, or task force that's working on the MISO's compliance with that. But also the resource adequacy subcommittee and our interconnection process working group is also working on specific pieces of that compliance that will ultimately go through the DRTF and filing for compliance on those orders. So continue to do a lot of work on that. If you are interested in kind of where MISO's head on that, I would encourage you to participate in those meetings. A number of them coming up in end of April, IPWG and DRTF, and then others as the next couple months. Talking about those orders. So that's the end of my slide deck. Michael, I don't know if you had anything to add, or if we can just really open it up for questions from folks.
Yeah, this is Michael Kessler. I think just going back to that last slide for a minute, the one thing that I would point out here that Ferc did clarify in their recent rehearing order in the DER docket, the DER aggregation docket in Order 2222, with respect to qualifying facilities, the Commission said that to the extent that a QF is participating in a DER aggregation, that they would not be subject to the Ferc interconnection process, but they would participate through the state level interconnection requirements as part of the overall DER aggregation. So even if the QF is going to be participating in the wholesale markets through the aggregator, the interconnection requirements that might otherwise apply now, the Ferc has said no, that the interconnection would be handled at the state level. So there are some potential complications in discerning whether a QF is participating as part of an aggregation or not, but we might get into that in the Q&A. But I just wanted to point that out because that was a significant clarification in the Ferc's recent order on this topic.
Are there any questions for MISO before we go to SPP? I'm not seeing any, so if we want to switch over, and then we can take questions at the end too.
Well, hi, good afternoon. This is David Kelly. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. First of all, thanks for inviting SPP and MISO to participate in your workshop today. I think it's always helpful when the two of us can get together and help educate our stakeholders and regulators on our various processes. So really appreciate the opportunity. My name is David Kelly. I'm SPP's Director of SEAMS and Tariff Services. So I oversee the generator interconnection and transmission service study processes at SPP, as well as our SEAMS activities, and manage our joint operating agreements that really facilitate the coordination of both planning and operations, between SPP and MISO in particular. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, if you don't mind. A lot of my introductory remarks here about the SPP process are going to be very similar to what you heard Ryan describe about the MISO process, and there's a reason for that. Is SPP adopted to a large extent the three-phase process that MISO implemented several years ago. Our process was filed a couple of years ago, and honestly is just now being tested or put through the ringer through some of our studies that I'll talk about here in just a minute. We're actually using the new three-phase process for the first time on our 2017 001 cluster, which is getting ready to post phase 2 results actually tomorrow. So it's a pretty exciting time around here. But, you know, by and large, the process is very similar to what Ryan described. Our process currently in the tariff is about 485 days. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about what goes into each of the phases here in just a minute. But we're getting ready to close another cluster window for 2021 later this month. So that will be added to our list of studies that we're currently conducting. Similar to what Ryan described as well, we are looking at a number of process improvements that we can try to implement to shrink down this study timeline, and I'll actually talk about a couple of those here a little later in the presentation. But I just, you know, really wanted to point out that at least as far as this slide goes, the timeline is currently today well over 400, well over a year. Not quite as long as the MISO process, but you know, another important point here is the nature of restudies that I'm sure Ryan would attest to that they have had to deal with in the past as well. Is you know, this is our planned study cycle, but even once we get through each of these phases, especially later on in the cluster process where you have requests that drop out, and those withdrawals affect the results of other customers in the cluster, then you have to go through a restudy process to actually recalculate what upgrades might be needed and what the cost allocation of those upgrades would be. And that has led to, at least in SPP's sense anyway, a very large backlog of requests that I'll speak more about here in just a little bit later, that we're really hopeful that the three-phase process helps us to mitigate as a result of increased financial securities that encourages decision-making earlier on in the process than what our legacy process did. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So a little more detail then into the different stages themselves. And again, I'll try not to dwell on this. I think Ryan did a pretty good job of describing the MISO process, and ours is very similar. It starts with an application process that I mentioned. We're getting ready to close one of our clusters. We evaluate those applications, make sure they're consistent with the requirements of the tariff. All study deposits are received, and so that process takes about 30 days. And then we host scoping calls with the customers as we begin the study process, which really starts the phase 1 of the DICES process itself. And the phase 1, at least for SPP, is somewhat of a limited study, and that's by design because, you know, as Ryan mentioned, there is a very large number of requests typically in the first phase that will get the results, and a very large number of those initial requests will drop out. So we do try to limit the analysis to what is the most impactful and the most informative to the customers. And so that, at least for us, is limited to a power flow analysis and a short circuit study. And we do try to determine the cost allocation and the assignment of those network upgrades at a plus or minus 30% level. That phase takes about 90 calendar days. So those customers who then elect to proceed forward after getting that initial answer go into stage 2. We do request additional financial security at this point. And phase 2, at least for us, is a much more detailed study. Again, looking at only those requests that elected to proceed forward. It does recalculate the power flow results and the short circuit analysis, but also includes a stability analysis where we do see a number of network upgrades associated with stability issues because of the large volumes of requests that get studied through this process. And so because of the more detailed nature of this particular phase of the study, it does take a little longer, about 120 days. And so for the customers who get their answer at the end of stage 2, we actually call that decision point 2 and elect to proceed into phase 3. Then we begin the transmission owner facility study stage, where they take the results of of the DICE's Phase 2 results and calculate what is the more definitive cost estimate and construction timeline associated with those network upgrades. And along with this, we also enter into negotiation with the customer about the generator interconnection agreement itself. And so that whole process takes about 135 days. And we do our best to try to incorporate any restudies as part of this timeline, but inevitably, if we have to do a restudy, it will certainly lengthen this overall timeline. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is our active study queue, and at the bottom you can see each of the clusters that we currently have in our backlog. Overall, it's just shy of 80 gigawatts of requests, 451 requests. The 2017-001 cluster there that has 64 requests indicated on it actually started out much bigger. But I mentioned just a minute ago that we're getting ready to post the results of Phase 2 of this particular request or cluster tomorrow. So we did have a number of requests who dropped out after Phase 1. So that's why that one looks much smaller. It was quite a bit larger than indicated here. We do anticipate being able to start the next cluster, 2017-002, in May of this year. So you can see that our queue is dominated by wind and solar with an ever-increasing amount of battery and storage. I didn't pull the statistics to put on a slide, but before the meeting today, I did look at Missouri for our particular queue, and there's about 6,700 megawatts of this nearly 80 gigawatts that is located in the state of Missouri, spread across these different clusters. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So as indicated on the prior slide, we do have a very sizable backlog of requests that is a very high priority of SPP as an organization to try to get caught up on our studies. One, we're hopeful that the three-phase process that we're currently implementing and we'll be processing all the queues that I showed you with will help address many of the restudies that have resulted in the backlog. But we're not just relying on that completely. We're also looking at a number of strategies to more aggressively address the backlog that we have, including accelerating some of the development milestones that we currently require customers to show near the end of the process. We're considering advancing some of those into the Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the DICE's process to encourage quicker decision making. So, for those projects that are truly viable and able to financially support themselves through the study process, that they would continue to stay in. But those that are marginal and not able to be viable through the process would make that decision earlier on to reduce the risk of restudies later. And along with that comes increased financial commitments as well. Looking at what's required at application and at each of the decision points of the study process, we're considering increasing those financial commitments and making them be at risk earlier on. At least in SPP, the commitments that customers make and the money that they put up is at risk for forfeiture if they later withdraw the request and that withdrawal has a detrimental impact to other customers in the cluster. So again, it's our hope by increasing the financial commitments and making that money at risk sooner will encourage quicker decision making. And then simplifying and reducing the study timelines, that gets to the trying to get that 485-day timeline down to a year or less. And we feel like we're on a good track to make that happen. We recently received approval from our stakeholders and technical working groups to reduce the number of models that we use to conduct these studies. It's actually insane the number of models that it takes to, staff has to build and analyze and produce results for. We were able to reduce that by over 40%. So that's the time savings. In addition, just today, with that same working group, we got approval to reduce the number of study groups that we use to conduct these studies. We currently have 16 different study groups that our footprint is broken up into. that we analyze each of the clusters that have requests in one of those groups independently somewhat, and also coordinate across a particular study. But we got approval to reduce that down to 5 different unique study groups, which will also really pay dividends. So across those first 3 strategies, we really feel good about the direction we're headed, about reducing the backlog, encouraging early decision making, and collapsing the study timeline. But we're also considering a backstop process as well for requests or for entities who may have requests in the backlog that aren't able to be studied in time, that may also result in resource adequacy concerns and issues. You think about a load-serving entity in particular who has an obligation to build generation to serve their load, and perhaps they're caught up in this multi-year backlog, and due to retirements and other equipment failures and things of that nature, they don't have the ability to just go out and interconnect the generation. So we're considering a backstop mechanism that would help address those concerns as well. So I think this is my last slide, but I did just want to comment on some of the other things that Ryan mentioned, Order 2222 and the Purpa regulations and QS. Those are all very similar to the SPP process, and we're continuing to monitor the Ferc orders out there about aggregations and other things that may impact the interconnection process in that regard. So I don't have a lot to add to what they've already said. So with that, I just wanted to give you an update on the SPP study process and where we are at on this generator interconnection backlog that we're dealing with. So I'll stop there and address any questions you may have.
Thank you, David. Any questions for SPP or MISO? I'm not seeing any, so thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will turn to a legal discussion on avoided cost, and I'll turn it over to Karen Bretz of the Staff Counsel's Office. Karen?
Thanks, Natal. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Bretz. I'm an attorney with Staff Counsel's Office, and I've been here for just over 2 years. This morning, Ferc covered a lot of groundwork regarding avoided costs, but perhaps a review is helpful. I'll present an overview of avoided cost, when they're calculated, and how they're calculated prior to Order 872. And nothing has changed in Order 872, that avoided costs are basically the standard. But the takeaway is that Order 872 gives states added flexibility. Most significantly, Order 872 allows states to craft variable avoided costs. Ferc stated that it did this in response to some states reporting long-term contracts with fixed prices that created avoided cost distortions. I'll mention a couple of those states that experienced this, and these states, in response to that, shortened the terms of their standard offer contracts. So next slide, please. Again, the standard disclaimer that these views are my own. They're not necessarily those of Commission staff, Staff Counsel, or the Missouri PSC. Next slide. As I said in my introduction, Order 872 gives states added and increased flexibility to determine avoided costs, both in the timing of when avoided costs are set and in the methodology used for calculating them. This flexibility should assist states in crafting rules and in orders in which avoided costs reflect the cost a utility would incur if it generated the QF supplied energy itself or purchased it from another source. That's basically the definition of an avoided cost. However, there is a flip side, and the flip side to this, according to some commentators, is that flexibility could discourage stability and certainty and possibly even stymie QF projects. First, let's give a little background for context. Purpa requires utilities to purchase energy from small power production facilities at rates which are, 1, just and reasonable and in the public interest, 2, are not discriminatory, and 3, do not exceed the incremental cost to the electric utility of alternative electric energy. And nothing in Order 872 changes this basic statutory requirement. Next slide, please. Purpa defines incremental cost of alternative electric energy as, quote, the cost to the electric utility of electric energy, which, but for the purchase from such cogenerator or small power producer, such utility would generate or purchase from another source. This is generally referred to in the regulations in the industry as avoided cost. Next slide, please. The U.S. Supreme Court stated in Ferc versus Mississippi that state commissions have broad latitude in implementing Purpa. A state is not even required to promulgate its own regulations. A state may implement Purpa and its regulations on a case-by-case basis even, or by any reasonable method. Next slide, please. Here are some of the ground rules for QF selling to utilities. Prior to Order 872, QFs had 2 options for selling their energy. The QF chose how to sell its energy. First, the QF could sell its energy as it's available at the voided cost at the time of delivery. As available means as available from the QF standpoint. According to Purpa, the utility must accept all energy that the QF delivers to it. Or second, the QF could also sell energy pursuant to an LEO or a contract at the avoided cost at the time of delivery or at the time the obligation is incurred. Fixing avoided costs at this time obviously provides stability and certainty for QFs and assists them in obtaining financing. Next slide. Selling capacity is different. Prior to and currently with Order 872, a QF can sell capacity only pursuant to an LEO or a contract, either at the avoided cost at the time of delivery or at the time the obligation is incurred. Next slide. A big change in Order 872 is that states may require variable energy rates. Order 872 permits states to require that energy, but not capacity, we've already covered that, delivered pursuant to an LEO or a contract, be at variable rates during the life of the contract. And these variable rates can be calculated as utilities avoided cost at the time of delivery. The thinking is that forecasts of avoided costs are imperfect and that states should have flexibility to rely on, quote, a more reliable variable avoided cost energy rate approach. This is from Ferc's Order 872A. Note that if a state chooses this variable methodology, it cannot also allow LEOs or contract energy rates be set at the time the obligation is incurred. And as I stated earlier, before Order 872, and keeping on, capacity can only be sold pursuant to an LEO or contract, either at the avoided cost at the time of delivery or at the time the contract is incurred. Next slide, please. Order 872 does not change the requirement that QFs must sell at avoided cost rates. Purpa establishes this. But generally, Order 872 expands states' options for establishing avoided costs. Ferc does not mandate that any specific methodology be used. It remains a state's decision how to determine avoided costs. Therefore, the current status of when avoided costs are determined are as follows. For energy, but not capacity, delivered on an as available basis, rates are based on utilities' avoided costs at the time of delivery. This is a carryover from Order 872. For energy or capacity delivered pursuant to an LEO or a contract, rates are based on utilities' avoided cost at the time of delivery or at the time the obligation is incurred. Again, this is a carryover from Order 872. I mean, pre-Order 872. Same with number 1. These all existed before Order 872. And thirdly, states may require that for energy, but not capacity, delivered pursuant to an LEO or a contract, rates be variable during the life of the contract and set at the utility's avoided cost at the time of delivery. This is new with Order 872. Next slide, please. In Order 872, FERC recognized states' challenges in setting QF rates that comport with actual avoided costs. The Commission found that setting avoided cost rates at the time energy is delivered is reasonable. It stated that variable pricing with rates set at the time of delivery helps to ensure that payments to QFs equal but do not exceed avoided costs. And I'll pull a couple of examples that FERC cited in Order 872. And as I stated in my introduction, these states found that long-term fixed price contracts created distortions between contract prices and the actual avoided costs at the time of delivery. This is quoting FERC in Order 872A. The Commission found that the Commission found that when that has occurred, consumers have borne the brunt of the overpayments, which subsidize QFs in contravention of congressional intent and the Commission's expectations. End of quote. Shortening contract terms seems to have been a workaround at the time that states have used to help more closely align contract prices with avoided costs. Of course, that's not necessary now with Order 872. The Idaho PUC's experience was amongst the most extreme that FERC cited. In 2015, the Idaho PUC decided to reduce QF contract terms from 20 years to 2 years due to QF rates overshadowing actual avoided costs. FERC noted in its Order 872 that Purpa generation was the most expensive type of power in Idaho Power's portfolio. Idaho Power covers southern Idaho and eastern Oregon. Purpa generation in Idaho Power's base rates averaged $62.49 a megawatt hour. This was compared to 22.79 for coal, 33.57 for natural gas, and 50.64 for non-Purpa third-party purchases. The Purpa generation was also significantly higher than the price it was sold back into the market, which was $22.41. Idaho Power represented that including the Purpa generation, all the generation it had, including Purpa, it actually had more QF capacity than its operational need through 2024. And its request for relief, which ended up with reducing the length of the contract, was based in part on the argument that avoided costs are recalibrated every 2 years using IRP methodology, and therefore this 20-year price contract did not accurately reflect avoided costs. As I said, the Idaho PUC allowed Idaho Power to reduce its QF term to 2 years. It found that as more QF generation is added, avoided cost rates decrease, and that avoided cost rates calculated at the time the parties enter into an agreement overestimates future avoided costs. It concluded that 20-year contracts, quote, exacerbate overestimation to a point that avoided cost rates over the long-term period are unreasonable and inconsistent with the public interest. Next slide, please. Other commissions have also shortened standard offer contract lengths to try to align Purpa with avoided costs. In Order 872, FERC cited the comments of Duke Energy. As we all know, Duke Energy is headquartered in North Carolina, but sells throughout the Southeast and Midwest. Duke Energy supported variable rates in its comments in the Order 872 docket, noting that 2 of its subsidiaries are obligated to purchase approximately $4.66 billion in QF generated energy over the next 15 years. And this was contrasted with the current avoided cost of these same obligations of approximately $2.4 billion. It was twice as much. Similar to what the Idaho PUC did, In 2017, the North Carolina Utilities Commission shortened QF contracts from 15 years to 10. As a reminder, Idaho was even more extreme. It shortened the contracts to 2 years. The North Carolina Commission noted, quote, that the implications of the pace and level of QF development continuing unabated poses serious risk of overpayment by utility ratepayers and operational soundness of the utility electric systems, end quote. It found that QFs could still obtain financing with 10-year contracts as it addressed this mismatch. Next slide, please. Order 872 opened up options for states in determining methodologies for calculating avoided costs. For utilities and organized wholesale power markets, states may require as available energy be sold at the utility's locational marginal price, LMP. At the same time, Ferc recognized that LMP may not always reflect avoided costs, so it established a rebuttable presumption that LMP represents these avoided costs. Next slide, please. States and organized wholesale markets may also set energy and capacity rates pursuant to a competitive solicitation, such as an RFP. This must be conducted pursuant to a transparent and non-discriminatory procedures consistent with FERC's Allegheny energy supply decision. These factors listed in the regulations include A, an open and transparent process, B, solicitations that are open to all sources, C, solicitations are conducted at regular intervals, D, oversight by an independent administrator, and E, certification as fulfilling the above criteria by the state regulatory authority or a non-regulated electric utility. Next slide. For QF selling to utilities outside organized markets, as available energy rates may be set at competitive prices from liquid market hubs or calculated from a formula based on natural gas indices and heat rates. Last slide, please. In summary, Order 872 provides the Commission with increased flexibility. And of course, it's not our circuit, but I will quote from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which said, "It is up to the states, not FERC, to determine the specific parameters of individual QF power purchase agreements. Therefore, it is this Commission's option to promulgate rules that advance Purpa's goal of encouraging independent power production with the public interest of ensuring that Purpa rates accurately reflect avoided costs." Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Hey, Karen, do you have any knowledge or any comments on what developments have happened in Montana after that state Supreme Court last year invalidated their state commission's calculation of avoided costs for QFs?
No, I'm not very familiar with that. Maybe you could tell us.
I have no idea what developments have happened other than that happened last year.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
I'm not seeing any in chat, and I'm not seeing any in the with their hands raised, Karen.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have NRRI Elliot Nethercutt discussing tracking state applications of Purpa. Elliot?
Hey, thanks, Natal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Well, thanks so much for the opportunity. And Natal, I applaud you and the others who have worked on putting this workshop together. It just seems like there's been some great presentations and a lot of information from every possible aspect for Purpa. We had the FERC explanation, we had perspectives of investors and individual firms, and finally, you got to see the interconnection of market and tariff processes from RTOs like MISO and SPP. So certainly covered a lot of material. It's going to be tough to add more value here, but I'm going to do my best. I guess I'll try and offer the research perspective, which is really our bread and butter. Before I begin, just a few notes on the National Regulatory Research Institute. We're essentially the research arm of NARUC and the state commission. So we really try to focus on three areas. We do research on topics that are relevant through papers and trackers and data collection. We do targeted assistance through specific research and support for individual commissions and their staff. And then we do a training. And more recently, we're working on a regulatory training initiative. So for those that are interested, I encourage you to take a look at our website, just nrri.org/RTI. So with that, I'll go ahead and jump into it here if we move to the next slide. I know Ferc staff covered a ton of background information on Purpa this morning, and I certainly don't want to be repetitive, so I'm going to instead try and sort of focus on some of the trends that we've seen over the decades in terms of Purpa applications. So, of course, Purpa was initially enacted in 1978, and the original intent was to create more access for small generation facilities. But as with any public policy, the circumstances have changed over time, and that can, of course, impact implementation outcomes in various states. And I think that's sort of what we see on the chart to the left here, which demonstrates that the changes in the QFs added as a percentage of total renewable capacity during the past 4 decades has really fluctuated quite a bit. And you've had several factors that have impacted this. We've had substantial changes in the resource mix, including the introduction of new technologies, which have modified the characteristics of the system. You also had deregulation and a growing role of wholesale electricity markets. The Energy Policy Act of 2005 had some impacts on Purpa, including exempting utilities from buying QFs for over 20 megawatts, which was, of course, reduced to 5 megawatts in the recent order. We had federal and state legislation as well that included tax credits and renewable portfolio standards. And in some cases, the actions of the states that actually created alternative paths for renewables other than just Purpa. So, and then finally, we've had a lot of changes in the production costs for solar and other small generation. So, while Purpa has established a federal framework, it still allows a lot of state-specific implementation. And that's what you see on the right here, which is an EIA chart showing how different states have taken that federal framework and run in many different directions. So we heard earlier today, of course, that California and North Carolina are really becoming the more maybe attractive states for renewable developers interested specifically in establishing resources with QF status. Prior to Order 872, there were a lot of ongoing challenges for many state commissions related to Purpa implementation. These included determining the appropriate methods or for basically establishing the avoided cost rates for both energy and capacity. There was also some challenges on whether or not avoided cost rates should be fixed, and if so, when to begin that legally enforceable obligation. And then, of course, the big question was how many years should the rates be fixed? And then you layer on top of this, as we saw in the NOPR comments that led up to Order 872, the challenge of determining how to factor in QFs with parameters that constitute a reasonable balance between sort of the financial viability for the small power producers and investors, and then while also considering the interests of ratepayers. So, even after 872, states continue to navigate a lot of these challenges through a patchwork of vertically integrated and non-vertically integrated utilities, and they operate both within and outside of wholesale electricity markets. So there's still plenty of decisions that state commissions have to make. If we go to the next slide, this one we can do pretty quickly. So just a little bit more updated data through 2017. The key takeaway here is about only 15% of renewable generating capacity additions during this more recent period were Purpa-driven QFs. And of course, you can continue to see North Carolina and California sort of leading in terms of state by state. We can go to the next slide as well, and I'll just do a real quick recap of Order 872. And again, Ferc staff and other presenters this morning have a really good overview, but this is maybe somewhat of a cheat sheet if you're interested. This slide lays out some of the major impacts of the order. And of course, for avoided costs, Ferc is continuing to defer to the individual states for determining energy rates, as QFs will be able to obtain financing even without a fixed rate. And Ferc was particularly concerned here about the potential for cases when locking in those higher rates may drive some states to respond by shortening the contract terms. So Ferc also clarified the utilities need to disclose avoided cost data for fixed and variable energy rates. And that's actually one of the data points that we are collecting and capturing in our Purpa tracker tool, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. As for the 1 mile rule, of course, there's now 3 tiers. Less than a mile, same site. Between 1 and 10 is separate but rebuttable. And then anything over 10 miles is strictly separate. Obligation to purchase. For the 2019 NOPR comments, there were concerns about the rebuttal presumption of non-discriminatory access to markets for some providers that felt they didn't have equal and access to certain markets. But ultimately, Ferc reduced the cutoff from 20 megawatts to 5, which was higher than what was considered, which was as low as 1 megawatt. So the obligation to purchase does remain unchanged for cogeneration facilities. As for the LEO, each state must establish objective and reasonable criteria to evaluate the financial viability of a QF prior to entering the LEO or some other contract. And for QF, avoided costs will no longer be locked in when the LEO is established. And then finally, for self-certification, Ferc staff mentioned the 2 paths to be certified, but then they also introduced a process for allowing entities to challenge the status of a proposed QF. So we can move on to the next slide. More recently, in late 2020, and even more recently this year, you had that Broadview solar sort of issue where there was a focus on that 80 megawatt statutory limitation for small power production. And really, this was a little bit complicated because the facility, I think, was over 104 megawatts, but after you reduced it for ancillary services and other losses, the maximum net capacity was just exactly 80 megawatts. So Ferc rejected the request to be a QF in September, but last month they reversed that ruling to allow these kinds of sort of hybrid facilities to qualify for Purpa benefits as well. So if we go to the next slide, I can sort of dig into the tracker efforts that we're doing here. And one of the things we try to do at NRI is to share information across the regulatory community, especially for state commissioners and their staff. And really the idea here is to allow regulatory approaches to sort of be learned from other states. And you can look at these outcomes and say, okay, maybe something that's worked in one state could work in another. So, realizing the varying state approaches for Purpa in particular, NRI began developing a Purpa tracker back in late 2019, and that was right after that NOPR was announced. So the tracker is sort of similar to the other tools we've put out. We have a net neutrality tracker. Tom Stamp, my colleague, is tracking state-level environmental policies. And then we've also done a COVID-19 tracker to look at some of the impacts and how utilities are responding to the moratoriums and other actions. But really, we had something like a beta version that we circulated to a handful of states, and they gave us some good feedback on how to structure the tracker. And so we've been in contact as well with the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center, and they were really helpful because they did something similar back in 2019. So taking a look at this overview here, this is the kind of information that we're capturing. And this includes the contract terms for qualifying facilities, along with the threshold requirements, for each state. And then we also have the methods that are used by each state to develop avoided cost rates. And those can include the proxy unit method, the peaker method, the difference in revenue requirement, market-based prices, and competitive bidding. And some states actually use many of these, and some sort of have a combination. But we tried to, in the tracker, provide a brief overview for each state of the method that they used. And we also included the actual avoided cost rates for energy and capacity. One of the things we realized was that many states do rely on utility-specific tariffs to lay these out, and those can change quite frequently, sometimes every year. So there are many different energy cost rates as well, and depending on the utility, you can actually have different rates for different types of generation, different technologies, and in some cases, the prices can even vary depending on the season and the time of day. So, again, we've tried to pull that all into the tracker. We also looked at the EIA 860 and other sources to try and understand how much capacity is currently designated as QF in each state. So on the next slide is kind of a little preview along with the hyperlink for those that want to check it out. We continue to send the information for each state to commissions for their review, so they can kind of verify our information. Our tracker is not the most really glamorous tool, but it's something that we certainly hope to build on in the coming months. Many states are still blank, so we're really working on the gaps. We're trying to fill those in, and I'm glad to be able to share this with you all. So you all can maybe give us some feedback here. We hadn't made as much progress this year just due to competing priorities, but again, certainly look forward to any comments and suggestions. We also understand the structure of the table might not be perfectly suited to describe the applications for every state, but we do have a section on the far right there that kind of lays out additional information as needed. And so it's not just a reference box, but it also includes links to the latest dockets and other state-specific developments. So I'm not aware of any other widely available tool like this that sort of aggregates all of the major state and utility data points around Purpa into a single resource. So we have included hyperlinks, again, to the various dockets within the tracker. As we work on completing this, we are hopeful it'll be useful for you all, particularly as the industry and other regulators respond to Order 872. So with that, I'll go ahead and stop and look forward to any questions or feedback y'all may have. And thanks again for the time.
Thank you, Elliot. I have a question in the chat for you.
Okay.
Are there plans to include in the trackers the criteria states established to demonstrate commercial viability and financial commitment?
We hadn't thought about including that, but it's a great suggestion. As I mentioned, this is the version that's on the hyperlink there is just the sort of second iteration of the tracker. So it's got a ways to go, and it's continuing to, we're kind of modifying and improving upon it. So that's certainly something I'll add as a possibility for another column, or, for some states that particular information might be more useful than for others, but we'll certainly add it to the list of potential improvements for the next iteration. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Are there any questions for Elliot? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. I thank you for joining us today and sharing this, and I know we're going to be hearing from you again shortly.
Thank you.
Throughout the morning, there were several references to Oregon, and so next we have Stephanie Andrus from the Oregon Department of Justice to share the Oregon experience with us. Stephanie?
Oh, there I go. Okay. Hi, I'm Stephanie Andrus. I am one of the 4 or 5 attorneys in our Oregon Department of Justice that work with the Public Utility Commission, provide them legal advice. And for the last few years, I've been working quite a lot on Purpa. And it's a difficult issue in Oregon. There's some acrimony between the QF developers and the utilities that the PUC tries to navigate between. And that adds a layer of, I guess, difficulty. But I'll go through some of the issues we have and what we do, and I'll be ready for questions at the end. Turn off my video, and if I could have the next slide, please. I'd like to start by noting that our Oregon revised statute back in 1983, when the Oregon legislature first, took action to implement Purpa, they adopted this statute with legislative findings. And these legislative findings don't actually put a substantive requirement on the commission to do anything particular, but the commission does, its decisions are guided by these findings and the goals in them. And it's kind of a bunch of words here, but the significant words really are promote the development of a diverse array of, energy resources, sustainable energy resources. And then under subsection 3, to increase the marketability of electric energy produced by QFs. And then 3B, create a settled and uniform institutional climate for the qualifying facilities. And I guess I interpret this, and all of my statements are my statements, not the Public Utility Commission's, but that there seems to be an emphasis in Oregon on developing QFs that might not necessarily be found in Purpa itself. Purpa, is the intent of that was to encourage development of QFs by eliminating barriers, the utilities' reluctance to contract, and then the extensive regulation under the Federal Power Act. But I find in Oregon that we are influenced by these goals of the legislature. And Purpa is a topic that comes up in every Oregon legislative session. Typically the developers are looking for legislation that would, solidify these findings into more substantive requirements. But, so far that hasn't happened. Can I have the next slide, please? So with respect to the standard contract, all the QFs that are 10 megawatts and below are eligible for the standard contract terms. And with one exception, all under 10 megawatts and below are entitled to the standard prices. The solar QFs have to be maybe no larger than 3 megawatts to receive the standard avoided cost rates. I think that's largely due to we have issues with disaggregation. We would have like one project, it appears to be a 40 megawatt solar project, but it's disaggregated into 10 megawatt projects. And this was before our change to the 3 megawatt. And it really wasn't working properly. We were really dealing with a 40 megawatt sophisticated project at that time. So given the sophistication of the developers, the solar developers, and the ability to disaggregate projects, the commission lowered the eligibility to standard contracts to 3 megawatts, and the utilities continue to seek even a lower maximum. Actually, they'd like to go down to the 100 kW statutory minimum. Which the commission has considered, and also considered going down to 1 megawatt, but hasn't done that yet. And the determination of, the eligibility, it's the balancing of the risk to the ratepayers associated with the standard avoided cost rates against the, need to eliminate barriers. And as I think as Karen, one of your previous speakers, I caught the end of hers, and she, captured really well. The standard contract rates are based on the characteristics of a proxy resource. It's, ability to dispatch, et cetera. Whereas the non-standard rates are able to take into account the characteristics of the actual negotiating QF. In Oregon, the non-standard rates tend to be lower, or almost are always lower than the standard rates that the commission determines administratively. So having a standard rate is quite a benefit to the QF. Could I have the next slide, please? In Oregon, we have both, we have standard renewable and standard non-renewable avoided cost rates, and they're kind of misnomers, but the non-renewable avoided cost rate is for QFs that do not would not qualify for RPS, the renewable portfolio standard. And then the renewable avoided cost rates are offered to those QFs that would satisfy do satisfy the renewable portfolio standard. And that's based on the Ferc decisions back in, I think, about 2010 and 11 in those California cases. I'm sorry, I don't have the site, where they concluded that a state could offer, or kind of limit the offer tiered avoided cost rates that would be available depending on the resources available to meet, whatever standards the state put into effect. Right now, though, generally the idea is, and was at that time, that renewable avoided cost rates would be higher than non-renewable avoided cost rates, because the non-renewable avoided cost rates actually are based on the avoided costs of a SCCT, whereas the renewable avoided cost rates are based on the avoided costs of a renewable resource, which back in the early, around 2011 through 2015, 16, were the renewable resource costs were higher. Now the solar resources, its costs are coming down, and in fact the renewable rate is higher than the non-renewable rate. So the commission that created a perverse incentive for QFs to select the non-renewable rate, and then sell their RECs on the market. So that created an issue. I think the commission is likely to require RPS compliant QFs to select the renewable avoided cost rate. They won't have the option for the new non-renewable avoided cost rate, but they haven't done that yet. That's something we're looking into in a pending investigation into avoided cost rates. Next slide. So I heard Karen's discussion of the standard contract length as well. And the commission has stuck with a 20-year contract, I think, since, well, for almost the entirety of the period that Purpa has been in effect with, except for a brief period. I can't remember when, that they allowed a 5-year contract, but that was pretty small blip. But this issue is really rising to the surface again, notwithstanding that it seems to be well settled, because the utilities are advocating for contracts that are no longer than 5 years, arguing that this is what's available in the market, and also arguing the factors that Karen noted that Idaho Public Utility Commission looked at, just the risk that the actual avoided costs will diverge from those that are included in the standard contract in the out years. But the QFs have become very vocal that a 25 to 30-year contract is more appropriate, because this is comparable to, how a utility recovers the cost of a new resource. And essentially, they're saying that it's this disparity between the utility recovering, appreciating a resource over 30 years, and then a QF being limited to a fixed price term of no more than 15 years is unfair. And so the commission we have another pending investigation that's looking at the terms of contract. And this is something that the commission will be looking at as well. And then our contract might be a little different from the contract in Idaho, in that a while ago, the commission did attempt to address the risk about the divergence between actual avoided costs and those in the contract by shortening the fixed price term to 15 years, followed by 5 years of market prices. And the 15-year period starts at the time that the QF comes online. And can I have the next slide, please? I thought I was going to go into could I go to the next slide? Okay, never mind. Could you go back? Thank you. And I'll note, could you go back one more, please? Okay, I also note that our avoided cost prices are broken down into sufficiency period pricing and deficiency period pricing. And in the sufficiency period, which is usually the first, at least first few years of the fixed price term, there is no capacity payment, and the prices are based on the forward market prices that the utility's own forward market price curve that's established closest to the time of contracting, and it's based on our mid-Columbia market, which is where the utilities trade. And also, I think for PacifiCorp, which also has more of a presence in Southern Oregon, it's based on the California-Oregon border market. In the deficiency period, the QFs receive the sufficiency period price plus a capacity payment, which is based on the avoided costs of for the non-renewable, the SCCT, and for the renewable, the utility's next planned RPS acquisition. And the determination of when the deficiency period starts is based on when the utility plans to acquire a new resource. Can I have the next slide, please? Our process starts when the contracting process starts when the developer asks for a draft PPA, and they have to comply with certain information requirements, and so show some evidence of site control. Now, this is a thorny issue, and this gets to that 872 issue that I think that Natalie, you mentioned, that what showing of commercial viability is necessary in order to have a LEO, execute a contract or get a LEO. And the utilities have approached this differently, and there's some ambiguity in the commission, in the tariffs that the utilities have filed and been improved, that has allowed this disparate, or this different practices by the utilities, but the commission is now addressing in the pending investigation regarding contract terms. And I think the commission will decide one policy regarding commercial viability that will be applicable to all three utilities. But currently, we have 3 investor-owned utilities that are regulated in Oregon, and currently Portland General Electric and Idaho Power will allow a QF to execute a PPA if the QF can show site control, sufficient evidence of site control, and satisfies the interconnection, the information requirements. PacifiCorp, on the other hand, will not allow a QF to execute a PPA until after the QF has obtained an interconnection study, a system interconnection study, system impact study, I'm sorry, that shows that interconnection is viable within 3 years, which is essentially the maximum time between the contract execution and the online date that a QF can have. With some exceptions, they can have 4, but PacifiCorp requires the 3 years. And this is a huge point of contention in the state, and is probably the biggest point of contention in our ongoing investigation into contract terms. And in Oregon, PacifiCorp, well, actually throughout its territory, PacifiCorp has had significant capacity constraints in its transmission system and actually had essentially stopped processing interconnection requests, I think in 2008-19 or so. And then they started a process at Ferc where they obtained permission to conduct cluster studies as opposed to serial interconnection studies, which they hope will allow them to clear their very long queue of interconnection requests. So the commercial viability requirement that PacifiCorp imposed made a lot of sense for it, because essentially there was no way that a QF was going to be able to interconnect within 3 years. They haven't executed a new PPA really in the last several years because they don't have any capacity on their transmission system. PGE is getting to that point where they don't have much capacity on their transmission system, and also would like to impose this interconnection study commercial viability requirement. Idaho Power, they haven't been particularly vocal about this, but they really haven't had all that much QF activity in the last several months. And the QFs are adamantly opposed because they believe that, well, one, they believe it's not possible to have this requirement under the Ferc precedent, and Order 872. And also their primary practical concern is that it constrains their ability to coordinate the getting of financing with the contract execution and interconnection studies, and that require them to pay. They say they don't really have the money to pay for the interconnection studies prior to executing a contract. They say they need to execute the contract first, obtain financing, and then they can proceed with the studies. But QFs generally take at least 3 years to build their facilities. So we run into the issue of stale avoided cost prices. So this is an issue we're struggling with. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are the information requirements for a draft PPA that PacifiCorp imposes, and this causes some consternation in the QFs. The QFs feel that this is too detailed and are concerned that the utility, when the project actually comes online, the utility will find that the QF is in violation of its contract because its actual completed project doesn't look like, there's information requirements that were provided and then included in the PPA. And, that is a problem for QFs. I think, from what I understand, particularly solar QFs, because the technology changes so quickly that whatever design QFs might have had, at the beginning might change as, the years go on, or as they move towards their commercial online date, they might find more efficient technology. And so this is another battle that we are working on in the pending investigation as to what information is actually required and how or whether the QF can change its design between the time of contract execution and online date, and if so, to what extent. Could I have the next slide, please? And this slide is just kind of rehashing that commercial viability question and Order 872. So I don't think I need to go over this anymore. Can I go to the next slide? And then I think this is my last slide, and it's just a couple of important standard contract terms. And one is what happens if a QF fails to meet the scheduled COD, which I think about over 30% of PGE's contracted QFs will fail to meet the scheduled COD, and over 25% will. And these are QFs that actually develop their contracts. I think the majority of PGE's QFs in PGE's territory that execute a contract actually don't go on to develop a contract. But if a QF doesn't meet the scheduled COD, the utility issues a notice of default, and the QF has 1 year, not utility has 1 year to cure the default. And the QF owes damages equal to the difference between the replacement power costs and the prices in the contract when replacement power costs are higher. And then the utility may terminate after the cure period. But it's not this termination at the end is often involves some kind of dispute, because the QF will argue that termination isn't appropriate because, in fact, the QF delay is associated with delays of the utility, and it's not fair to terminate. And this often raises issues and litigation and complaints. And then another standard contract term is minimum delivery requirements and MAGs. The base load type QFs have minimum delivery requirements, and then the intermittent QFs have mechanical availability guarantees, and the QFs can owe damages for failure to meet these. And then finally, our standard contracts do not include a provision that allows a QF to unilaterally terminate a contract, which I think the QFs would very much like, because QFs will enter into a contract and be unable to develop the contract, but then unable to get out of it, which causes litigation and complaints and concerns. All right, and that is the end of my presentation. Oh, here are my thorniest. Okay, the thorniest issues are the interconnection, which we've talked about, and then the speculative contracting, where developers essentially request multiple contracts, see which ones are going to go through, and then discard the others, and it kind of creates a mess. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. I have a couple questions for you in chat. You mentioned the requirements for what's in a PPA as another, quote, battle the commission is dealing with. How many cases does the Oregon Commission usually see that are Purpa related?
Well, so we did not see that many until about 2017. And then around 2017, there was a huge growth for solar contracts. Not so much in PAC's territory, because they were not able to interconnect, and they were not, you couldn't bring a QF online. And also, I think the prices were not attractive to QFs. In Portland General Electric's territory, there were over 70 complaints filed in about a year period related to Purpa contracts. So I don't know how many actual contract requests they received, but more than 70. It was overwhelming for them, and they sought a kind of they wanted to delay. Well, they were looking for a price change to lower their avoided cost prices before they had to actually execute contracts with, around 70 QFs, and they obtained that avoided cost price change in a decrease, in that, all the QFs filed complaints about, these delays and then other issues. Does that help?
Okay. Yes. And can you walk through the background of the Kootenai case? How an out-of-state...
Yeah, that one is that's a real one-off case. It's Kootenai. In that case, it was a QF located in the territory of Avista in Idaho, Avista Corporation in Idaho. And the QF Kootenai wanted to sell to Idaho Power in Oregon's territory because of our rate was more favorable than the Idaho rate, in the Idaho Power's rate in Idaho. But to do that, they had to go through Idaho Power's Idaho territory. And there was actually a kind of they had to acquire transmission rights from Avista to Idaho, power in Idaho and then on to Oregon from Idaho Power and Pacificor. And the Idaho Power Company said, well, you can sell us power. We, of course, will purchase it, but we want to purchase it in Idaho because you can't require us to wheel power to ourselves in another jurisdiction to purchase there. And that was the argument. And it's kind of a one-off because there were grandfather transmission agreements where the ownership of a line actually changed mid-line between the border and between Pacificor and Idaho. And the commission, the OPUC, tried to solve it by looking at the terms of the transmission tariffs and looking at what services the Kootenai had actually acquired, what transmission services, and whether their contract that they had with Idaho Power contemplated delivery to Oregon. And Ferc pretty much said it kind of ignored those transmission issues and said if Kootenai wants to sell in Idaho, it can sell in Oregon, it can sell in Oregon. So I don't think that situation is going to arise in very many places.
And I believe you said Ferc decided. Have the courts decided anything?
No, I think that case is done. I believe that Kootenai and Idaho Power worked it out, and Kootenai is selling to Idaho Power in Oregon.
Okay. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any raised hands. Okay. One last question for you. Based on the experiences in Oregon, do you have any recommendations for the Missouri Commission while we look at revising our rules?
No. Do you have a contentious process in Missouri, or any tension between QFs and utilities?
I wouldn't describe it as tension. They each have their own opinions, and since we're going through the rulemaking process, everybody's sharing their opinions.
Yeah, I see. No, I don't think so. I don't think I have any particular advice.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm not seeing anything. Thank you, Stephanie, for sharing what happened in Oregon.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Our next topic is legal discussion on commercial viability, and I'll turn it over to Kurt Stokes from the Staff Counsel's Office. Kurt.
Thank you, Natal, and thanks everybody who's also presented earlier today, that discussion from the MISO, SPP, and Oregon were all very informative. I think and a lot of them also kind of impact what I'm going to talk about with the commercial viability aspect of demonstrating commercial viability such that a legally enforceable obligation, or LEO, has been established. If you go to the next slide, just my standard disclaimer, views are my own. They don't necessarily reflect those of the commission staff council, or the public commission itself. Just a quick review of what we're talking about next. We're talking about legally enforceable obligations, which are the alternative to just a negotiated agreement between a qualifying facility and a utility. Can we go to slide 3? And before Order 872, there was no federal regulation establishing when a LEO was going to be established. Order 872 promulgated this new subsection D3 in the federal regulations, and Order 872 has some guidance in it as well. And again, the U.S. Supreme Court instructs us to look at the regulation first, but the order puts a lot of gloss on the regulation. And if we go to the next slide, just a reminder, the regulation itself, it sets up two criteria for establishing a LEO. One is commercial viability, and the other one is financial commitment to construct the facility. And we talked about financial commitment this morning. Today I'm going to talk about commercial viability and how can you establish objective and reasonable criteria that the qualifying facility is commercially viable. As we try to answer that question, just remember the purpose of Purpa. It is to ensure just and reasonable rates that are non-discriminatory against qualifying cogenerators or qualifying small power producers. If we go to the next slide, and again, a reminder that the factors have to be within the control of the qualifying facility. And then slide 7, FERC in its order 872 cited very positively recommendations from the Solar Energy Industry Association. They declined to make those factors mandatory, but the Solar Energy Industry Association talked about, completion of a system impact study would be sufficient, but there's concern that, after issuing an interconnection request or asking for a system impact study or the state equivalent, if the utility or the ISO or RTO is dragging its feet and taking a long time in doing that, you might kind of miss a window on when the qualifying facility wants to establish a LEO. And again, going back to FERC's concern that there be a balance under this order 872, that some of these factors have to be within control of the qualifying facility itself. And by saying that the system impact study has to be done before there is a LEO, FERC just did not want to go that far. And so when we're looking at these system impact studies, they're helpful in making sure that the proposed facility is not just again, FERC calls it not a speculative paper project, but you don't want to let delays in the process inhibit the formation of a LEO. And that's really hard to do. And I struggled a lot in my research in figuring out what that even looks like. Then recently I stumbled across this case out of Michigan, that's slide 8. And this Greenwood Solar case out of Michigan is really instructive. And I want to highlight that this is a unpublished opinion. It's a per curiam opinion, meaning that no judge on the Michigan Court of Appeals actually signed it. And it's unpublished, meaning it's not mandatory precedent in the state of Michigan. And so it has some limited precedential qualities. But just reviewing the case, I think it's really helpful in understanding what we might see going forward when we figure out how to litigate the formation of a LEO. When FERC says you can't rely on the completion of a system impact study, but a system impact study is really helpful in knowing whether or not a qualifying facility is commercially viable or not. And in that case, Greenwood proposed to form or build a 20 megawatt solar facility. In September of 2017, it submitted a interconnection application with DTE, the incumbent utility in that area of Michigan, and paid its $30,000 deposit, which again we're talking when we're talking about financial commitment to the project, putting up $30,000 is pretty significant. DTE turned around and said, okay, we'll look at your application. DTE billed Greenwood an additional just under $70,000 for an engineering review. And negotiations fell apart. Eventually, Greenwood filed a complaint with the Michigan PSC claiming that DTE Electric had failed to comply with Purpa, and requested the Michigan PSC find that an LEO had been established. Now, the PSC actually agreed with Greenwood on a lot of arguments. It found that Greenwood's claims were substantiated and that DTE was not necessarily negotiating in good faith. It may have been dragging its feet on the interconnection study. It also found a violation of there's a Michigan statute that requires an engineering review within 45 days of receiving an applicant's written notification to proceed with the engineering review and the payment of the fee for it. But the PSC did not go, the PSC in Michigan did not go so far as to actually find that an LEO had been established. It was worried that without actually seeing the results of the system impact study, that it didn't know what it was going to be imposing on Greenwood Solar or DTE Electric. And it found specifically that an LEO is not a one-way obligation. It found that an LEO is actually it's a two-way street, that the qualifying facility is actually committing itself to providing energy and power, and committing itself to selling energy under the LEO, and that the utility is obligated to purchase that. And without a study, it didn't know what it was going to be ordering the parties to be committing themselves to. And the Michigan Court of Appeals affirmed that decision. It significantly found that the Michigan PSC said, while it was not finding that an LEO had been established, it definitely left the door open that a LEO might yet be formed. And the important placeholder that the Michigan PSC put in place was that if an LEO was later established, that the applicable rate, terms, and capacity position will be based on those in effect at the time of the complaint, not any future rates, terms, or capacity positions. So even though the Michigan PSC decision to wait on a distribution study to see whether or not this was a commercially viable qualifying facility or not, even though it was affirmed that Michigan couldn't require that distribution study as a condition in the formation of the LEO, it could say that before deciding an LEO was formed, that in the course of the litigation, that a distribution study would be helpful evidence, and it's order to DTE Electric to produce that engineering and system impact study was affirmed. And so it's kind of splitting hairs to say a distribution study is not a condition for establishing a LEO, but that a distribution study might be helpful in a litigated case in determining whether or not a LEO has been formed. And when that litigation arises, it's probably helpful for for a state to find that as it waits on the distribution study, that the rates, terms, and capacity positions and other terms of the LEO might be kind of frozen in place while you're waiting on that distribution study. And again, the Michigan PSC and the court found that in the history of Purpa, that actually completing a distribution study had not impeded negotiations between utilities and qualifying facilities in forming power purchase agreements and interconnection agreements and whatnot, and that therefore it shouldn't be the completion of a full distribution impact study or system impact study should not impede the formation of a LEO either. So again, that case I think is very instructive on what litigation might look like going forward under Order 872. And in fact, the court noted in a footnote, I think it's footnote 3, that Greenwood actually filed Order 872 as supplemental authority after the case had been submitted. And after a lot of analysis, the court really just summarized. It says the new rule clarifies that state-determined criteria that are objective and reasonable factors may be used to determine LEO eligibility. And the court concluded that PSC did precisely that in this case. So, that case might be, even though it's, even though it proceeded in parallel with the promulgation of Rule 872, it might be the first case that actually, cites whether or not Rule 872 has been complied with or not. So that's one that's interesting to look at, but again, it's it's an unpublished per curiam opinion, so it doesn't carry a lot of precedential value. It's just, maybe helpful to look at to see what litigation under Purpa and LEOs might look like in the future after Order 872. If we go to slide 9, we can look at some older cases that do look at commercial viability, and some, again, when FERC promulgated Order 872, they said, we don't want to undo any of the previous precedent unless, the ones that they specifically identified they wanted to abrogate. And this one looked at the a hydropower project, and it looked at the fragile financial condition and noted the concern that ratepayers might be put at grave risk by extending a front-end loaded contract to the project. And the Connecticut Commission found that the indicated ROE was quite low relative to traditional standards for projects of that type, and the low debt service coverage ratios may not have been sufficient to a lender. So it was really concerned about the commercial viability and what they would be shouldering ratepayers with in the future if they had approved the LEO in that project. And after listening to Jonathan Peoples from US Bank this morning, after looking at or hearing from MISO and SPP and their generation interconnection queues, I saw some similarity to the criteria that the Missouri Commission actually already looks at when approving projects that are being built by its regulated utilities. And if we go to slide 10, we look at the Missouri Commission calls them the 5 Tartan criteria, and we ask, is there a need for the service? What are the applicant qualifications? What's the applicant's financial ability? Is the project economically feasible, and does it promote the public interest? And I think where a lot of the precedent I saw, and after hearing US Bank talk about this morning, there's a lot of overlap in 2 of those criteria, and applicant qualifications and economic feasibility of the proposal. And if we go to slide 11, looking at commercial viability by looking at the qualifications of the qualifying facility. Officer and employee experience is something that the Missouri Commission looks at. We heard this morning that US Bank looks at that. They're asking the same question, who are we dealing with? Do your officers and employees have experience on this? What is your cash on hand? Do you have experience developing other similar projects? Just a basic question of who are we dealing with? And then as far as economic feasibility, we go to the next slide. Look at the, what's the cost of the project and network upgrades? What are ratepayers going to be paying for? What's the proposed capacity factor? We heard this morning that Missouri has got good solar potential. We look at comparison of costs for this one qualifying facility to other forms of generation. That's something that kind of overlaps with the avoided cost analysis. We look at financial risk analysis and market price forecasts. A lot of that might depend on what the commission decides to do on how to calculate avoided costs. But in the end, after Order 872, as the commission looks at the commercial viability of these projects, we've got a good list of factors that we're already looking at when utilities build these kind of projects. there's good case law from other states. And as we look forward to, how do we utilize those distribution and system impact studies? We heard from SPP and MISO earlier this afternoon. The level of specificity and how intense those studies go up the further down the line. The interconnection queue, depending on what phase you're in, phase 1, 2, or 3. Depending on where the negotiations are at, when negotiations break down and, the QF files for a determination that there's been a LEO established, we might either have just a very high level impact study, or we might have a very detailed impact study. And so the commission should be prepared to look at those and figure out, based on the information that's known at the time, how commercially viable is this project, and if it needs more information under that Michigan case, it might, there's at least some authority out there that we could ask for additional information to be submitted. But it might be a good idea, again, to say that, even though we're not finding an LEO yet, that we would kind of put that stakeholder in the ground and say, if we find that there has been a LEO established, that the terms and conditions of that have been kind of set at the time, at or near the time that the complaint is filed with the commission. So hopefully that kind of covers the gamut of commercial viability and financial commitment. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I'm not seeing any hands raised, Kurt, and I don't have any questions in chat. Okay, not seeing anything. At this time, we're scheduled for a 10-minute break, so let's come back at 3:02, 3:12. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Next on the agenda are additional legal issues, and to carry that discussion, pass it over to Staff Counsel Karen Brett. Karen Brett. Karen?
Thanks, Natal. Again, good afternoon. During this presentation, I will briefly review Ferc's new 1 mile or 10 mile rule regarding how affiliated facilities are aggregated. This has already been discussed. I'm not going to belabor it, but just a quick review. And related to this, I'll also discuss the recent Broadview Solar 2 decision. This decision should assist solar facilities that are considering including battery storage. Again, a standard disclaimer, everything I'm stating here is not necessarily the same view of the Commission staff council, or the Missouri PSC. Next slide, please. In Order 872, FERC modified the 1 mile rule, which determines whether affiliated facilities are located at the same site. That's the operative language. Generally, if multiple affiliated facilities are located at the same site, federal law requires that their individual capacities be aggregated to determine whether the total capacity is less than 80 megawatts. And as we've reviewed and discussed earlier, this is important because how capacity is aggregated determines whether a facility gains or retains QF status. Federal law defines the maximum capacity of a small power producer as being 80 megawatts or lower. Next slide, please. The 1 mile rule states that there is an irrebuttable presumption that affiliated facilities located 1 mile or less from each other using the same energy resource are at the same site. And this distance is measured from the edge of the closest electrical generating equipment for which qualification or recertification is sought to the edge of the nearest electrical generating equipment of the other affiliated small power production qualifying facility using the same resource. That's a mouthful, but it's basically from edge to edge. And this is the 1 mile rule prior to Order 872. That's it. Affiliate of another company is defined as another regulation, and it's generally means that one company has 10% or more control over another company, or if there's some kind of common ownership. Next slide, please. FERC stated in Order 872 that it revisited the 1 mile rule because it was concerned with developers attempting to circumvent it by strategically positioning facilities just slightly more than 1 mile apart. And the Commission believes that this new regulation complies with the law's requirements to aggregate the capacities of affiliated facilities at the same site. Again, the operative language. FERC intends that these new requirements apply both to new QF certifications, brand new certifications, as well as legacy QFs that have to certify their QF status if they make a change to the existing certification. And that's where the Broadview Solar case came into play. So the new rule states for qualifications and recertifications filed on or after December 31st last year, there is an irrebuttable presumption that affiliated facilities located at least 10 miles from each other are separate sites. It's clear, if they're 10 miles apart, they're separate. For qualifications or recertifications, again filed after December 31st last year, there is a rebuttable presumption that affiliated facilities located more than one but less than 10 miles from each other are separate sites. This is where the gray area is. If you could change the next slide, please. This is the gray area in between 1 and 10 miles. It's a rebuttable presumption. Next slide, please. So this, in summary, is the status of the 1 mile rule or 10 mile rule, whichever you prefer, after Order 872 for certifications and qualifications and recertifications filed today. 1 mile or less, irrebuttable presumption, it's the same site. That's the old rule. Between 1 and 10, the gray area, it's a rebuttable presumption that they're separate. If it's more than 10 miles apart, irrebuttable presumption that it's separate sites. Next slide, please. The commission provided a list of factors it would consider in determining whether facilities are located at the same site. And most are very common sense. For example, it will look at whether there's common ownership and control, common financing, common infrastructure, basic property ownership, common interconnection agreements, common interconnection to the distribution system, etc. No factor is dispositive, and it doesn't seem like this list is all-inclusive either. Next slide, please. Additionally, in Order 872, Ferc carried over from its prior regulations a waiver provision, which allows the commission to waive the distance requirement regulation for good cause. Note that the commission cannot waive the same site requirement because that's part of federal law. So even if the 1 mile, 10 mile rule is waived, facilities will be aggravated if the commission determines that they are at the same site. Presumably under a waiver situation, the commission will examine the factors that were just listed in the prior slide. So summarizing the 1 mile rule, Order 872 establishes new procedures, factors, and evidentiary standards. As a whole, though, it seems that the new rule has the potential to aggregate new and existing projects at the same site that formerly fell outside the 1 mile rule. So now I'll turn to a discussion of the Broadview Solar decision that came out just over 2 weeks ago. It was interesting commission decision. The commission reversed itself 180 degrees. Broadview Solar is a solar and a solar storage facility in Yellowstone County, Montana. On the slide there, it's the red. Billings is the county seat. I think I read that this is the largest county in Montana. Interestingly, I tried to find a picture of the facility or even a logo. Maybe I didn't look hard enough. The internet was pretty quiet on that. They seem to be fairly low key, maybe. Initially, Broadview Solar self-certified in December 2016 as a small power production producer, having a solar array with a maximum gross capacity of 104.25 megawatts and a maximum net production of 80 megawatts. As Broadview enlarged its project, it self-certified a few times with no problems. And then on September 11th, 2019, Broadview requested a Ferc determination that its project qualified as a QF. And at that time, it described a project that was 160 megawatts of a solar array, that's DC power, with a 50 megawatt battery storage system. The project would have 20 inverters, which converted DC electricity to AC. And Broadview's batteries are located behind the inverters, and these inverters limit output to a maximum of 80 megawatts, going to the interconnecting utility absent losses. Excess energy would be stored in the batteries and allow Broadview to deliver energy to the interconnection point during more hours of the day. In other words, it would let it operate more efficiently. Next slide, please. In its application, Broadview turned to a 1981 Ferc decision, Occidental Geothermal. It seemed to be very solid precedent that that this was going to be accepted and okayed by Ferc. The fact situation in the Occidental Geothermal decision is similar to Broadview's. This was a steam facility in which the rated capacity was greater than the net output. In this decision, Ferc stated that the capacity of individual components would not be considered, and that due to economic considerations, a small facility's components may exceed the facility's overall capacity. Next slide, please. The Commission stated it will consider the power production capacity of a facility to be the maximum net output of the facility, which can be safely and reliably achieved under the most favorable operating conditions likely to occur over a period of several years. The net output of the facility is its send-out after subtraction of the power used to operate auxiliary equipment in the facility necessary for power generation, such as pumps, blowers, fuel preparation machinery, and exciters, and for other essential electricity uses in the facility from the gross generator output. As I stated, Broadview relied upon this decision and its progeny, which is quite well established, to argue that although its rated capacity is more than 80 megawatts, it's still a QF because its net output would be maximum of 80. Next slide, please. Opposition's arguments were not unexpected. Northwestern Energy was the receiving utility, and it argued that the solar array and the battery system are two power production facilities at the same site. Again, that operative language. And together they exceeded 80 megawatts, and that Broadview was artificially limiting its capacity in order to stay under the QF limit. Also opposing the application was Edison Electric Institute, which was an association representing investor-owned utilities, which argued it was inappropriate to measure capacity by net rather than rated. Next slide, please. As you might imagine, the Broadview solar opinion last fall was a shocker. Ferc took a new approach to calculating capacity for small power production facilities. In a nutshell, Ferc stated that for determining QF status, the facility's rated capacity, not the net amount it sends out, would be considered. Ferc looked to the definition of a small power production facility in the law and its regulations and stated that power production capacity means just that, the facility's production capacity, not the amount it sends out. Ferc expressly overruled the 1981 Occidental geothermal decision. Based upon this textual analysis, Ferc held that Broadview's project exceeded the 80 megawatt statutory limit because the solar array had the capacity, just the solar array had the capacity to produce 160 megawatts of DC power, and that, quote, Broadview cannot meet the statutory limit by relying on inverters as a limiting element on a QF's output. Ferc denied Broadview's application for certification and revoked its QF status. Next slide, please. Commissioner Glick's dissenting opinion highlights that all of Broadview's capacity is produced by the solar array and that the battery storage doesn't increase power production, but simply makes the facility run more efficiently. He also noted that because Broadview's facility is totally incapable of producing more than 80 megawatts of electricity, it should maintain its QF status. At any rate, Broadview moved for rehearing. There was no commission action for over 30 days, and Broadview petitioned for review in the DC Court of Appeals. At the time it was issued, the majority opinion had implications for all QFs, particularly solar QFs, which typically have more nameplate capacity than actual output. It seems like up till then, the commission was okay with this general industry practice of having larger nameplate capacity because, as Elliot mentioned earlier today, some capacity is used for station power and other losses, electrical losses, interconnection losses. But Broadview was really pushing the envelope there they had 160 megawatts rated capacity, which was quite large compared to the 80 megawatt limit for a QF. And this large amount of capacity overshadowed what would be used up for station power and line losses. The commission declined to address how battery storage would be treated towards future capacity limits, because it basically determined that the facility was ineligible for QF status on the basis of the power production capacity, the 160 megawatts alone. Next slide, please. Then the composition of the commission substantially changed. Commissioner Glick, who was the dissenting vote in the fall decision, became chair. Commissioner McNamee stepped down, and Commissioners Clements and Christie came on. And most significantly, Commissioner Chatterjee, who was the former chair, changed his vote in the subsequent Broadview Solar 2 position. He basically voted with the majority twice. Next slide, please. So that on March 19th, 2021, just over 2 weeks ago, the commission reversed itself. The commission found Purpa ambiguous as to how measure power production capacity, and that interpretation that measures maximum output would be more consistent with Purpa and past Ferc decisions. The commission found that capacity delivered to the interconnection point is an appropriate test for determining whether a facility meets the 80 megawatt capacity maximum. Ferc emphasized that Broadview's interconnection capacity, even when combined with the battery storage, would not at any time provide more than 80 megawatts to the interconnecting utility. Commissioner Danley, who was in the majority in the fall decision, wrote a dissent. He dismissed the ambiguity argument as merely, quote, a stratagem to permit the introduction of a new standard. The commission majority stated in part, quote, we further find that it is reasonable to measure power production capacity of a facility like Broadview's at the point of interconnection because its inverters are an integral part of a solar PV facility's generation equipment and are necessary to produce power in a form useful to the interconnecting utility. Indeed, any solar PV QF can produce power for delivery to the purchasing utility only to the extent enabled by the inverters, because the grid operates predominantly using AC power. Because Broadview's facility, including the PV panels, inverters, and the battery system, can deliver a maximum of 80 megawatts of power to a Northwestern system at any one point in time, the power production capacity of Broadview's facility cannot and will not exceed 80 megawatts. Next slide, please. Commissioner Glick stated, I think maybe this was a press release. He stated basically that today's order restores a common sense understanding that QF status should turn on the power production capacity of a facility as a whole, not the capacity of any individual component part. Interveners that oppose Broadview's QF certification may seek further rehearing, or they may request review in the DC Court of Appeals. But unless FERC or the courts take additional action, the most recent Broadview opinion from just over 2 weeks ago stands. And as Chair Glick stated, the March decision restores FERC's QF precedent. In conclusion, Broadview Solar provided the Commission with occasion to interpret how the phrase power production capacity applies to a facility with a large solar array that cannot deliver more than 80 megawatts of power. Although it could be argued that treatment of battery storage remains an open question, Broadview Solar 2 creates a framework for hybrid QFs with battery storage. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions, Karen. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you for sharing that information, Karen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We've had a lot of discussion today on Purpa, but as most of you know, Purpa is not the only thing going on right now. So to end our session, we have potential impacts of the Clean Future Act, and Elliot Nethercutt from NRRI is going to join us again and share some thoughts on that. Elliot?
Hey, thanks again, Natella. And Karen, I'm glad you covered the broad view developments in more detail because I kind of blew through them a little earlier. So it's a really unique project with a ton of Purpa stuff packed into it. So I'll wrap up here with the Clean Futures Act. I figure this might be worth covering just because it was introduced very recently by the administration last month, and it's quite a large bill. Has a lot in there with regard to establishing national targets for both carbon reduction and clean energy. But I figured I'd give a quick summary of how it might impact today's topic, which is, of course, Purpa. So if we go to the next slide. In its current form, and of course it's subject to plenty of change as it goes through the legislative process, but currently as laid out, it would establish a standard under Purpa that would require electric utilities to consider implementation of non-wire solutions or alternative solutions to transmission infrastructure. And then these costs could be recovered in the same way as say, a transmission upgrade would be. So let's see, the third bullet is actually a repeat of the first, so I apologize for that. But the big one to take away here is the potential option for QFs to enter into a fixed price contract for energy. So this would actually kind of walk back some of the flexibility that states have and some of the flexibility that Ferc had continued in Order 872. And then the Act would also require utilities to offer community solar programs for all their ratepayers. So if we go to the next slide, there's a few more things. It would reauthorize fiscal year funding for rural and remote community electrification grants. So basically, it would allocate funding to Indian tribes and expand the definition of a rural area, or rather expand the size of that area, and also expand grant eligibility for parts of the country impacted by the closure of coal plants. And then last, the Act would amend Section 111D, and that would require states to authorize measures that encourage electric vehicles. And it would allow utilities to recover costs for investments in EVs, specifically the charging networks. And then it would also exclude utility sales of electricity for vehicle charges from any kind of regulation by states, by state commissions. So that's all I have on this. I know it's short and brief, but certainly we'll be keeping an eye on that legislation as it goes through the process and see how it might ultimately have additional impacts on Purpa. So thank you again, and I'll turn it back to you, Natella.
Thank you, Elliot. Any questions on the Clean Future Act? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Any additional questions or comments on anything that we've heard today? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'd like to once again thank all our presenters, and I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. I hope that this session has been helpful as you provide additional input on the cogeneration rulemaking that the Commission is working on. And I'd like to thank all my colleagues for helping put this together and helping it run smoothly. So thank you, everyone. And with that, I think we are finished for today.
Thank you.